Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Laureli Shimayo. This is our MeWe Metaphysics and Wellness event for energizing body, mind, heart, and soul. We have lots of events throughout the Northwest, starting again in November this year, getting back started again after all this time. And we've had lots of events online throughout this time. We had started running fairs online 2.5 years ago. We added these awakening panels, and now we have practice circles and learning circles, and we have training panels where newer practitioners get a chance to be on stage doing a panel, all kinds of different events. You can learn more about all of what we do at mewefairs.com. That's MEWEFAIRS.com. So tonight is our awakening panel. The theme is medical intuition for all beings, really, primarily focused on people and animals, and we might sneak in some plants and other beings here too. So we have somewhere around 8-ish practitioners on the panel. Everyone else besides me has some specialty with medical intuition. And yeah, it's just really exciting. So I'm going to be spotlighting the practitioners so you get a chance to see who they are easily. All of our names should begin with P. And then they're going to be doing some introductions. So practitioners, go ahead and take a good couple minutes to introduce yourself and go ahead and talk about medical intuition as well as like all the things that you do. So we'll weave some of the discussion of medical intuition into that first introduction, and then we can come back and do a little bit of a round of that also. Yeah, and then if you realize you want to add something else, we can come back around and do that too. So let me go ahead and start spotlighting you, and then we will get the introductions started in just a moment. Yes, we haven't done one of these panels on medical intuition in a little while. They're very popular and very fun, great questions. And as you're thinking about whether you want to ask a question and what question you might want to ask, keep in mind that the more personal question that really applies to you and the specifics of what's happening for you, much more exciting for us to answer than a general question about it. And general question we might be able to answer too. And some of those, if you want to put those in the chat, we might be able to address those also in the intro. Oh, and one of the practitioners does medical astrology tonight. So if you want to ask a question of the panel, we ask that you pay first. I'll put the information in the chat again. And if you do want to ask a question, so pay, and then please let us know in the chat that you've paid. And please do also, yeah, and I haven't checked the payment in the last few minutes, so I'll go check now. We might have some other people in line. Please send your birth date, time and place, because our medical astrologer will pull up your chart so that when it's time to answer your question, she's all ready. All right, great. All right, sweet. Well, let's go ahead and let's see. So I unfortunately left someone out earlier when we did the Facebook Live. So I want to give that person like full opportunity to choose where they go in the order. Where do you want to go? Do you want to go first? Do you want to go in the middle? Where do you want to go?
Oh, I guess I might as well go now because I'm answering a question. So
all right, Karen, go ahead. Like take a couple minutes, take a little bit longer. It's totally great.
Okay. So my name is Karen Coccia with KarenCoccia.com, and you can also find me on Facebook. And what I do is I work with clients on a one-on-one basis where I tap into their bodies and I help them get rid of everything that they're not so that they can really be who they came to be in this lifetime. So at any given point, we have a ton of stuff weighing us down. It can be interfering with our lives, how we're feeling. We can get stuck in loops that we can't seem to get out of. And not all the time does it even belong to you. So it's something that I help clients clear from physical, emotional, and mental bodies. And I use a range of modalities, mainly energy healing and my intuition, but I will also use sound healing, crystal healing, and on occasion, even essential oils. And it's really tapping into the body and figuring out what it is that your body needs at that time. And so many of us today, like nowadays, we just get so busy and we forget to actually listen to what our bodies need or require at any given time. So I literally tap into my clients' bodies and I start to have a conversation with your body. What's going on? Why are you feeling this way? What do you need to shift this or let this go? And really help my clients get back in touch with their own bodies and start listening to their bodies and following through. So I was really excited to jump onto this medical intuition. Now I'm jumping in words here, sorry. Medical intuition topic, because it's something that I know firsthand. I started having heart problems because I wasn't listening to my own body years ago. And, we can miss a lot of signs and signals that our bodies are giving us all the time. And that's where people like me and the other panelists can come in, really giving you the opportunity to listen to your body and release what it needs to release, integrate what's ready to be integrated, and free ourselves to live as a clearer vessel so that we can be more aligned with who we came here to be. So some things that I help shift in bodies are stuck emotions. You know, people talk a lot about like the liver holding anger, for example, but we have a range of emotions that get stuck in all sorts of areas in our bodies, sometimes in very interesting ways. I've also seen clients actually segment different areas of their bodies out, and we have to sort of release the segments so that everything can flow in harmony again. Akashic records, sometimes you'll even hold on to old injuries from past lifetimes or causes of death, and then feel that pain or have an injury kind of mimic itself in this lifetime that can be cleared up. And then there are soul contracts where we want to make sure that we're keeping ourselves in check, that we are where we want to be. So those are just a few examples of the ways that you can really kind of tap in and see what's going on in the human body. So I'm really excited to be part of this panel tonight. I personally don't work a lot with animals, so I'm really excited to kind of dive into that more. And I'm looking forward to this panel. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Cara. You know, I didn't do a setup here. Let's, if you're ready, let's have Cara go next, and then Dr. Aubrey.
Right. Hi, everyone. I'm Cara James. I'm an intuitive astrologer in Portland, Oregon. And Shannon, I feel like we're like soul sisters here. We've got the same color hat on. Anyway, it's good to see you all tonight. I've got a little puppy dog, I have to warn you, who's like brand new and kind of wild tonight. So you might hear him barking and getting really into his bone. But I'm an astrologer. I'm also an intuitive. I'm an energy worker. I'm a Feng Shui practitioner. I bring lots of tools. I've got a lot of Gemini in my chart, so I got to learn all the different things, and I bring all those things to my clients. And I'm working with folks via Zoom right now. Medical astrology, you know, came to me through, well, actually, I was really interested in it years ago. That's how I first met Laureli. And a lot comes from my own health and wellness experience of having challenges, mysteries, things that a lot of healers go through, right? Where you go to a lot of doctors and nobody can quite pinpoint what the thing is. It's a real common challenge, and it doesn't mean it doesn't have a root, but sometimes you have to do some untangling to figure stuff out. You might find it interesting to know that back in the Renaissance days, you had to study astrology for 4 years before you could even begin to study medicine to become a doctor. So astrology has very deep roots in medicine. Even the RX on prescriptions means radix, which is the natal chart. So did the doctor consult the natal chart, the astrology chart, before giving the prescription or not? If it had RX on it, then you know that they did. So we still actually use a lot of, I know, wild, huh? We still have a lot of references in medicine to our astrological roots. And I really enjoy being able to look at your charts. So based on your birth date, time, and place, we can understand some of where your health challenges might come from. We can look at your vitality in general, like just general vitality. How is that distributed? Is it even? Is it erratic? We can look at different parts of the body that might have challenges. Maybe they're already showing themselves, or maybe it's something that could show up down the line. So lots of different ways to look at medicine in the chart. And then we also can look at what's happening in time. So if you know of when a particular ailment began to plague you, we can pull up a chart of that time and see what was actually going on in the sky. How is your medical chart being activated? So there's lots of cool ways to use astrology, and I'm hoping to share a little snippet with you tonight. So definitely bring your birth date, time, and place, and message me in the chat with that, and I'll start pulling up your charts. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Cara. All right, let's see. Now I'm trying to even remember. Did we say who was next, or did I? Yeah, Dr. Aubrey. And then after Dr. Aubrey, let's have Cindy and then Donna.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Dr. Arby Wallace. I'm a naturopathic doctor in Snohomish, Washington, actually, north of Seattle. And I'm a medical intuitive. I actually am practicing the medical intuition, and that is my love. So I was very excited to be invited to this panel. My system for medical intuition is actually kind of combined with art. I draw a body map or a map of your energy field, And it helps me through a lot of really specific details, because I'm a little bit of a details geek, get into a lot of particular things about your field. And it fits kind of with my own theme of my work, which is that I want you to love being you. I think everyone's completely beautiful and individual. And I find that I work towards trying, as a doctor, I work with illness, and in medical intuition, I work with health, which makes me very happy. So I have two parts of my readings. One is the body map that I draw before I meet you. I meditate in dry field. And the second part is what I call the window of health, which does have 8 factors that I look at that are maybe contributing or kind of clouding up your window there, so you're not shining through. And we go through those together, and that's everything from infection to past lives, depending on where we're at in the window. I also do a little bit of a chakra assessment, just what's your strength, what can we work with, and what's your support team, and how can we work with that. So I'm kind of a details geek. So it helps for me if you bring me a human. Humans are better for me. I love animals and I have them support me, and I very much love plants. Don't even get me started. But I work best with humans right now. And so bring me a question. You can even bring me a diagnosis if you like. I don't like to diagnose with this. I like to find what we can get you to health with for the things. So that's me. I'm on draubrewallace.com if you're looking for me. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. All right. I think we said Cara and then Cindy and then Donna. Oh, wait. No, Cara already went, right? I'm getting myself all mixed up. Cindy and then Donna.
Hey, hi, everybody. I'm Cindy McGonagle. I'm a psychic medium and animal communicator. And the way in which I use medical intuition is primarily for animals. But I know that animals sometimes take on what their people are experiencing to help them get over it. I like to go deep with you. When I do a reading with you, I actually look at your soul path. I look at some of their ancestors that are contributing to your own health and well-being. And I help explore ways to cut the cords and to be able to move forward with that. And I'm located in Palm Desert, so almost all my work is done virtual and on Zoom. And I do have an animal communication certification course that I am now offering, if you're interested in that. And I look forward to helping you be a better person, enjoy your life, be able to listen to your animals and understand that they too are your teachers in this lifetime. And I'm here for you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Cindy, Dr. Donna, and then Sara and Susy, I think, who has not gone yet.
Hi, everybody. My name's Dr. Donna Sauer. I have a PhD in biology, so please know that I am not a veterinarian. I'm not prescribing. I'm not an MD. I'm not prescribing. I'm a PhD in biology. However, using my psychic abilities and my intuition, I often am asked about animals' health. Suffice to say, my very first question is, have you been to the vet first? Because 99% of kitties with urinating outside the box are doing it because they have a bladder infection or a kidney infection. And I can help soothe the pain, but they need the meds to get over that. So when I work with animals, I also work with healing with plants. And for some of you that don't know, plants and animals both have their own chakras. Plants have chakras in their crown and tips of their branches. Animals have chakras in their whiskers and on their paws and tip of their nose. So they're really interesting. And whenever I do intuition with an animal, for instance, sometimes I go internally and I just I'm like a little submarine and I go around inside and look here and there and see what I see. Sometimes I can just do it on the outside of their body and I can just feel or sense where there's a heaviness or a darkness or I'm guided. It's kind of interesting. One time I was doing an animal and I started seeing calcium ions. For those of you who are in chemistry, capital C, little a with a positive, is a calcium ion. And they were floating around the heart. I'm like, what is that? And then it turned out that the animal was on heart medicine because their heart was imbalanced with the calcium and the phosphorus. So there are many ways that guides help me, showing me both pictures in my mind, and also I can get feelings through my hands. My main goal always is for the good of the animal, and I always ask permission to do healings with them because I honor them as being individuals, and they have the right to say no. And as Cindy said, they often are taking on the exact same problems that their guardians have in the house. And sometimes when the guardian gets better, then their illness also disappears. So they are our protectors, they're our healers, they're our listeners, they give us joy and laughter, and they are here to teach us many, many higher vibrational lessons. They come of their own free will to help us to grow, and we in turn should treat them with great respect and love. So I hope I can help any of you who have an animal that has a medical problem tonight. We'll do our best to help. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Donna. Susy.
Okay, I thought it was Sara. That's okay. Not hard.
Well, wait, we can swap back and go to Sara first if you
I
want.
don't know, Sara, do you want to throw 1, 2, 3? Okay, good. Okay. I am Susy Parker Goins of Blue Lightning Healing and Blue Lightning Healing Meditations. I'm a channel, so I bring divine through in ways that are accessible to you, so you can develop this relationship with divine, with source, so that you can feel more confident and comfortable working with your own guides in your own way. I'm also a Reiki master and a past life explorer. I have a podcast called Blue Lightning Healing Meditations. As a Reiki master, I was taught how to scan the body. Oh, here's my disclaimer. I am not a doctor, nor have I ever played one on TV. So what I do is I'm able to scan your body and identify energetic blockages that you have. So as other practitioners have said, the body holds on to emotions and can have blockages there. Past life issues can come forward and create blockages in your body. I've been able to identify meridian blockages and use polarity balancing to help people open up their chakras or their meridians and help your energy flow more freely through your body. We also clear those blockages using meditation, visualization, breath work, anything that we can call on to help you clear a path to a more heartfelt life. You can find me at www.bluelightninghealing.com. That's all my information there. And I am so grateful to be here with such a lovely group of people. And the humor and the joy, I think, is one way to shift energy so that we can clear much better. So thanks very much. And now it's Sara's turn, right?
It is, except I'm going to jump in and do one more thing first. You all reminded me that I had not put the fine print in the chat. So I'm just putting it in the chat, and I'm just going to read it too, just so we have it. And then Sara is going to get the floor. By participating in this event, the attendee understands that we, most of us, are not medical doctors and are not giving medical advice. The attendee further agrees that information gained from this event is for educational purposes only. Please seek allopathic medical attention if needed. The attendee indemnifies MeWe and practitioners from any results related to the application of these educational materials in practice. Thank you. All right, Sara.
Yay! Hi, everyone. So with the different modalities, to share a little bit about me, I started off as a yoga, in the yoga realm, and then I really got into Feng Shui, went to Feng Shui school, and which really tapped in more to my intuitive abilities going into home spaces, and then also working with the space energetically. So I was getting senses, just intuitive hits in the space. Like our homes are our internal world and external. And then I got into breath work, a conscious connected breath, rebirthing work, which is phenomenal healing modality. It's transformed my life, along with Feng Shui. I'm a walking person integrating all of this. And as I was supporting people in groups and also one-on-one with breathwork and private sessions, realizing I was getting intuitive hits on what was happening in their bodies. So happening within their bodies, also within their home space. And also when I was doing the work, I was getting Feng Shui hits while I'm doing breathwork and how it's affected my life in this present moment, also in past lives. And I then dove in a little bit deeper because I wanted to learn more about the medical intuition. So as everyone stated, I'm not a medical doctor. I'm not going to prescribe anything, but it's really helpful to use the messages that are happening within our body, looking at our home space too. And it's tied to our animals. You know, if there's, I've worked with clients, there's things going on with their animals, just intuitively tapping in, doing a reading with them. Also, it's a reflection of what is happening within our own physical body, our own life. It's all a mirror back and forth. So I work with clients to work through that, to first of all, see, recognize it, and then using both Feng Shui. So it's moving simple things within our home space. It doesn't have to be anything huge. It can be the smallest little things. And also working with clients in breath work to work through that, seeing it and to heal it. And so that I dabble in all those different modalities. And I love working with clients, and it's just helping everyone see what is going on in their lives just from a different perspective. And I can be reached at saraegert.com is my website. I would love for you to sign up for my emails, and also feel free to reach out to me with any questions outside. So thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Sara. So before I share just a little bit about me and more of the context of the event tonight, practitioners, is there anything else that you thought of as you were all sharing that you want to share at this point about what you do? If anyone else wants to, go ahead and jump in and share something else. I know often hearing us, it prompts something.
I'll add something. I, in addition to having my PhD in biology, I also am a Reiki master. I have studied Lakota healing traditions, and I do use in my healing. I incorporate the energy from crystals, from colors, from essential oils, and I call in all the animals or the plants' own guides and angels to help in the healing. So just wanted to mention that.
That's great. And Dr. Aubrey had something too.
I just wanted to clarify I won't be diagnosing today. And the other thing I wanted to add was I would really like to get readings from most of you. So maybe we could connect afterwards. I need that. So I'm very excited to be here. Thank you.
That's great. That's great. And hopefully we'll have a lot of questions tonight. In the chance that we don't have a lot of questions, we get to ask questions also. Susy.
Well, Dr. Aubrey, when you said you were in Snohomish, I was like, oh, because I'm in Everett. So I am like, for me, it looks like next door. And so, you know, this would be very cool. That's what I love about these panels is that we connect from all over the place. And so, yay, thanks.
Great. Practitioners, anything else you want to share before we get going? Feel free if you do. All right. So, go ahead, Cindy.
I just want to invite everybody to Clubhouse. If you don't know about that app, I have a couple of clubs there. One is animal communication and the other is intuition activation. So if you're ready to really tune in and gain a lot of skills, come join me. Thank you.
Great. All right. Let's see. And I need to go put people on the list. I have no idea who signed up yet. So I'm Laureli Shimayo. I'm an intuitive eye reader, body psychology coach, matchmaker. Primary tools I use are awareness of the body, which fits in some ways to medical things. It's a bit more emotional and soul expression, but it fits into a number of things. I don't anticipate I'll be answering a lot of questions tonight, and I might answer a few. With my eye readings, my aim is to read your eyes like read your soul. Eyes are a window to the soul. And I think that we all read eyes all the time, but we don't realize what it is we see in each other. I use a set of archetypes to describe what I see, to help you better understand your soul, your purpose, and then together we answer questions about all kinds of paths in your life. So career path, relationship path. I use this work for matchmaking and hiring matchmaking and all kinds of different things, helping you better understand yourself, your experience, how to point that in direction that's really, or get in the flow of the energy really that's through you. And then awareness of your body helps you shift and change when you stuck, right? There's another direction you want to head. So all kinds of information like that. Yeah, so that's me, and you can learn more about me at laurelishmayo.com, and I'll put my info in the chat later too. Let's see. So, well, and we have tons more events online, and we have events in person coming up starting in November. I'm very excited about that. All right, let's see. So before we start answering questions tonight, and I know we have one question, and I'm sure we've had more people say they have questions too. I just haven't gotten that all sorted yet. So before we start, when you ask a question of the panel, keep in mind that this is recorded and will be posted online. We may go deeper than you intend us to go in this context, or start talking about related topics that you don't want us talking about here. Please let us know what you want us to do and not do here. Interrupt us if we go in a direction you don't want us to go, and give us feedback as to how you want us to stay focused for you today. We're so here to be of service to you. That's our aim, and please let us know how we can do that. Also, we believe we're all intuitive. So something may come through you tonight as you listen. It's a great opportunity to practice opening to your intuition, seeing how what comes through you is similar to what the practitioners share. You may have something come through you that is valid, totally valid, that we don't share at all. So it's just a way of checking, kind of verifying what comes through you. You might want to write things down as they come through. Often these insights are fleeting. And if you do get something for someone, we request that you hold that until we're done answering their questions, and then please, if you want to, write them privately in chat and ask them if they'd like to hear what came through you. Please honor whatever they share. They may not want that right now. They may be full, so they may not have, want to receive that. And please trust that it came through you for some other reason. Yeah, okay, let's see. And we request that you pay before answering a question. It is sliding scale. It's 16 to 24. You choose what you want to pay. We say that 20 is a sustaining fee that sustains us running our events. It's not quite true, really. It's a little low, but that supports us. And then if you need more support, pay 16 is what we suggest. And if you're able to support others that need that help, pay 24. We also offer a lower price for BIPOC folks. And I read a little in the chat about why that is. It's taking a step to make reparations for the systemic racism that BIPOC folks experience all the time. So that's why I have that pricing. And I'm happy to share more about that another time. And I've got that in the chat if you want to go back and get that too. If someone wants me to repost it, I can scroll up and grab it and post it again. This is what I love to do in my events as a step that I take being of service. And I also appreciate that it's a way of educating people at the same time. So I noticed that a couple of you have your hands up, and what we like to do is reserve the hands up just for the practitioners so I can track when practitioners are ready. Do you have a question just sort of logistically about the event, or are you wanting to ask a question of the panel? I don't know how to pronounce your name, Sara and Lisa. If you want to just jump on really quickly and say what's here, that's great, but it may be that we are wanting you to wait and get in line, and I'll let people know when they're come up in line for a question. Yeah, okay. Great, it looks like people are moving along. Okay, yeah, so feel free to write in the chat if you have questions and all that stuff. I feel like there's something else I have to do. When you have a question, when we call you, if you don't have your video on, if you turn on your video, we can pull you up here in the spotlight. You're welcome to be up here in the spotlight if you want. You don't have to be. Yeah, and it looks like some others of you have paid. I know one person paid far in advance, so I know we can get started with her, and then we can, I'll get everyone else sort of sorted and started and in line. That works for everyone. All right, practitioners, anything else you think of that I ought to share or that you want shared before we jump in? All right, great. So Marianne, you are up first. Let me bring you up here in Spotlight. All right. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. My question, well, there's, I guess, two parts of it. One is I've taken several tumbles that have messed up my leg and my ribs. But the other thing is over the last couple of months in walking my cute little baby puppy, she's not a puppy, she's an older dog that I rescued a couple of years ago, around the mobile park where I live, there have been 3 separate incidents where someone's dog or dogs have escaped their confinement and attacked my dog. And as we all know, there's some reflection of me in that. And I just want to know, why is my baby being attacked? What do I need to do? The first time, there was no way for me to get her out of the situation. And it was you know, long enough that it scared the pee-wadding out of me and my cousin who was with me and my dog, of course. And I couldn't just let her go because I didn't know if I'd ever be able to catch her. And the dogs would just keep chasing her anyway. I kept trying to push them off with my walking stick, but it wasn't happening very fast. And there were actually two of them. They were both of them almost as big as she is. So from then on, I have a harness that has a handle on it and I can pick her up and get her out of the situation. So that's kind of where I'm at, is one, the falls that I've taken and why, and how do I stop doing that? And how do I help her?
And I want to say too, also that you sent in a photo of her, and I know not all the practitioners want to see the photos. So when I ought to share the photo, I can share my screen and show, then other practitioners can.
Okay.
If you want me to do that now, I can, or we can wait.
Could you give us her name?
Her name is Jasmine.
And you said she's 17 years old?
Oh, I have no idea how old she is. I've had her for a couple of years and they said they thought she might be 9 or 10, but she doesn't act like that most of the time, but she's starting to get a little grizzling above the white on her muzzle, between her muzzle and her eyes, that she didn't have 2 years ago. But she doesn't like to sit on my lap.
Spayed?
Yes, yeah, they had to do that before they'd let me take her home. When I went in, she hadn't been spayed, she didn't have a chip, she had masses in 2 of her mammary glands and needed to have dental work done. So they did that before they would let me adopt her.
Do you want me to show her, but whoever wants to turns away?
Oh, you can.
So
I don't have a problem with her.
Okay, great. I'll show. I just want to make sure the practitioners are ready. So whoever does not want to see
Okay.
her photo, turn away. Oh. Sorry, my screen did something funny. Okay, here she is. All right.
She's the sweetest little puppy.
All right.
And everybody's been really apologetic when they've, you know, finally gotten control of their dog. They've been very apologetic that they didn't know the dog could get out, and they've apologized. And everybody that she loves to have people pet her, and they all just think she's awesome. She's really a soft baby. She doesn't bark. I'm sure she can, but she doesn't. She's a total beta puppy, where my other one, my Ginger, was a total alpha baby.
Yeah, so practitioners, whenever you're ready, if you can raise your hand in the Zoom tool, that would be great. And then I'll know that you're ready. Okay, great. Aubrey, go ahead. Oh, and practitioners, aim to stay like 3 minutes or less in your answers, and that way we'll have enough time. And not everyone necessarily will answer, and I'll help time to give you a warning when it's been about that long, so you know to complete things. Go ahead, Aubrey, Dr. Aubrey.
Hi, Marion.
Hello.
May I address just the falls? I don't have information on the.
Yeah.
So I get my guidance into categories. The category I got for you actually was a little unusual. I got actually that you're actually very sensitive to earth movements, and your body is responding to the earth's changes or the earth's shifts that are under you intuitively, energetically, empathically. And that you're having what I call an emotional allergy reaction to that, which is essentially anytime that happens, you're having a little bit of an overreaction emotionally. And I felt that reaction was kind of going rigid and holding everything rigid and still. And it's that, or being too rigid with it, was actually what's resulting in the harsh fall, or the harsh with the balance. So the sense that they're giving me is to keep your knees soft, be more allowing of that feel, stay and feel, keep your knees soft. And they said grounding cord.
Okay.
But hopefully that makes some sense.
Tripping and slipping on ice are the last two.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
All right, great. We've got Donna and then Susie. Go ahead, Donna.
Hi, Marion. Immediately what I picked up, even though you say that she's a very gentle dog, dogs talk to each other in really quiet and unobtrusive ways, which we don't recognize. And I got immediately that she is very she's sending out the information that she's protecting you because of your previous falls. She's feeling some anxiety about that. And when she sees other dogs coming, I don't know, she thinks they might trip you or just get in your way, but she's being the protector of your space. And so they then in turn react to that, and it's like a dog fight because they're saying, no, you're not top dog, we are. So what I would do for that is it's your responsibility, and you need to just sit down with her and talk with her. I mean, if I was doing a reading, I would do this too, but you need to sit down with her and say to her, this is not your responsibility. I'm a big person. If I fall, it's my fault. You cannot be protecting me from that, because that is not something that you can do. I appreciate and I'm grateful for the help that you're trying to give me, but I want you to be totally relaxed when we go on our walks. I don't want you to send out any information to any of the other dogs that you're worried about me. Just be very firm in telling her that you are safe, that you are strong, and that you in turn will protect her. So it's a mutual thing, but I don't. And the only other thing might possibly be sometimes when dogs are sick, unbeknownst to you, since she had memory tumors, sometimes when they're sick like that, they also send out odors or behaviors that other dogs pick up, and in a pack they would destroy that dog because it would be not a productive member of their pack, so they would kill it. So as long as you're taking her to the vet and making sure she doesn't have any mammary glands coming back and mammary tumors coming back and that sort of thing,
she gets semi-annual checkups. She gets them twice a year.
Okay, well then that's probably not involved. But anyway, that would be my advice, that you just sit down with her, lovingly pet her, explain.
Fire her from security duty, huh?
Yeah, but in the meantime, give her another duty to do. Give her responsibility. Say, when you're in the house, I want you to let me know when somebody's at the door. Something like that. So that she knows that she is wanted and needed in your family, but she has other responsibilities.
Okay.
3 minutes. Okay, great. All right, we've got Susie, Cindy, and Cara.
Hey, Marion.
Hey,
So
Susie.
I can save a whole lot of time in saying what Donna got is what I got. Your dog is taking hits for you. So, releasing the dog, thanking the dog. So because those dogs could have also hit you. The other thing Donna was talking about, releasing the dog from protection. What we do with our dog is that we say, take care of the house. So that is giving him a job when we are leaving the house. There's also past life connections there. She's been with you and you are very dear to her, and you are dear to her and she is dear to you. So using those past life things, I was seeing Paris in like the 1870s and you all are strolling along the Champs-Élysées and all that. And she loved that and she wants to recreate it. But she is also that protector and taking hits for you. So yeah, take care of the house and the dog will do that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, Susie. All right, Cindy, and then Cara, and then Sara.
Okay. Hi, Marion.
Hello, Cindy.
Obviously, we all have very similar approaches to listening to your sweet Jasmine. And Jasmine just says, I challenge everyone because I want to let other dogs know I'm present. So then I asked Marion, and I asked your dog, well, what do you want Marion to do? And she says to me, I want Marion to take a walk without me to prove that she can go out on her own and be safe. And then when you do that, right, okay, come back. Now, this is me as a psychic and the animal intuitive. Come back and have a discussion with her and let her know what it felt like that you felt, if indeed it did feel good, and if indeed you did feel safe. That way you can reassure her that you are safe as you go out with her. And that, like the others have suggested, that you give her an alternative role. And when she does act and be calmer with you, because she senses that you are afraid that she's going to react. And so what happens is there's a tension that goes from your body in your etheric field down that leash right to her. And she senses that right away. And as soon as she senses that, she reacts. So if you cannot have that feeling because you know yourself that you've taken the walk and it's safe, then you can reassure her the other way. Everything is safe as we go. Because she does need your reassurance to know that you're okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right, we've got Cara and then Sara and then Karen.
Hey, Marianne. I'm Cara James.
Hi, Cara.
You got a little frog in my throat there. I'm the astrologer, and I pulled up your chart, and I can see you're a very strong person, very hardy, and definitely a protector. So I can see how this especially really riles. I mean, it would rile anybody up when their baby is hurt, but I mean, you especially, it's like you hurt someone I love, and I'm going to defend or do whatever I can to make it better. And I can't help but wonder if Jasmine's, in her experience of you taking the walks and her having these attacks, if she's trying to show you something about yourself that maybe has gone a little bit dormant or that's just a little bit quieter right now, maybe an area where you're needing to defend and stand up and maybe it's uncomfortable. Just an idea to think about. Is there something that she's trying to show in you? Because I know that you have all of that in you. And maybe she's trying to remind you of some of those features in yourself by really riling it up in a big way through having to come to her defense. So that's one thought that I have when I look at your chart. The other thing in astrology, we call different parts of the sky houses. So this house is the part of the sky that relates to our health. In a lot of ways, there's other aspects to health as well, but it's also part of the sky that relates to pets. So the fact that you're having health issues and pet issues at the same time, when you happen to have a very challenging planet, slow moving planet going through that part of your chart, makes some sense. So in general, I think the planets are kind of trying to get your attention in terms of health and wellness and routines and what structures you need to have in place to really support your wellness. And this is going to be, some of this is going to be in place for approximately 2 years. So
which planet and which house?
You have, by whole sign, you have both Saturn and Jupiter right now in your 6th house of health. So Saturn especially can bring some challenges and hardships and get us to look at, right, the foundations of our health. What routines and things do we need to have in place? What does our diet need to look like? How we structure our time, all of that. So yeah, so Saturn's kind of working with you for a couple of years around that. I don't think it's going to be as challenging later. It's like you kind of were in a bit of a hot spot right now just because of how it was making some connections. And the hot spot may be there for some more months, but it's not like as challenging a year or so from now, but its energy is still there trying to get your attention. So just another thing to think about.
All right.
Yeah. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Cara. All right, Sara and then Karen.
Hi, Marianne. So I have a few questions that came up, and it might be something you want to take a note down on. So as soon as you started sharing about what was going on, the first thing that I got was, do you have daggers in your space? So daggers are a picture, an image, could be a knife or anything like that on the walls in your space.
Nope.
And it's something that you may look at as protection. The other thing that came up right away was like a dagger in your space. So like almost like a jab. So that could be a sword or something along those lines, and it feeling a sensation in the gut. So in a way, it's protecting yourself in your gut, but energetically also, you know what may be happening in your life. Do you feel like everything or situations in your life are taking you into the gut? Words of events happening in your life, and it's in a way, it's like a protection that's happening. Your Jasmine is also energetically wording off to help protection. So as a lot of others have said, in a way, like Jasmine's in a way protecting, right? But it's that sense of just looking at your images on your walls in your home space. Specifically, what I'm getting is kind of like by your door. And sometimes we have stuff that we don't realize, like what we have when we're looking. You can look later, it doesn't have to go, but there's something that in the image is not fully supporting you, even though you feel like, oh, I feel protected with this. It's not, in a way. There's more happening behind that, and trusting. There were quite a few other people just like trusting and doing some and looking at what's coming up for you in that gut wrenching situations. And looking at some kind of self-care practice, if it is maybe probiotics or a diet, because that is also affecting the tension that's happening in the jaw space and jaw speaking. And it also is tied to the foundation in your life. So the daggers, the foundation, you may feel like you're always getting daggers from different spaces. And that's what Jasmine's doing. Like she's protecting from all the different daggers, because you may feel that you have these protections up and they're not fully supporting you, and they're images on your wall space. So going back to Feng Shui is the seen and unseen in our home spaces. It could be in our office. You know what? You may have a dagger in your car because it makes you feel safe. Just throwing that out there. It could be in your shed. It could be in your garage. It could be in some space, but what I'm getting is dagger. And that wording could be a knife. It could be a sword. It could be an image of the sword of, and maybe it's a gun, but I'm not getting that. It's more like a dagger, like a sharpness. So it's something that may come up later, but I wanted to share that with you. And knowing that item isn't fully supporting you like you thought it was. And actually, if you take it down and remove it, you'll start noticing a shift in also how your Jasmine responds. So that's what came up for me. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Karen. Let's see. Karen is next.
Hello. It's so cool to watch all of this kind of come together. So I'm focused back more on you, Marion.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to throw out a couple things. What Dr. Aubrey said in the beginning really resonated with me in terms of really overreacting almost to what's going on in the earth. And she had also mentioned grounding. And what I was getting is this image of there's a buildup of energy like right around your navel.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a practice that I learned about like focusing in on that energy, and then you spread it and it kind of creates like a circle, and then you can eventually bring it out into your limbs. And it feels like you just need to really kind of start focusing on all areas of your body, because there are some areas you're not actually plugged into right now.
Yeah.
So it's like spots of like airy lightness and spots of heaviness.
Mm-hmm.
Where you want to be more in flow throughout your body.
Mm-hmm.
And then really connecting down into the earth through that connection within your body. There was one other thing I wanted to say. Oh, two interesting questions popped up for me. How is your digestion?
Sometimes it's okay, and sometimes it's a little bit weird.
It feels like there is a combination, again, of that inconsistency where there's parts where your digestion is like slowing down, the duodenum, comes to
Mhm,
mind, and it
mhm.
feels like maybe it's not processing as smoothly as it could.
Okay.
But then there are other parts in your intestines where things are almost going too quickly. So it just, I feel like, again, just like that, really focusing on balancing, focusing on your energy, and what Sara said about the probiotics might come in handy with that as well.
Okay.
And also, I don't know how much you drink like water,
Hmm.
but
Not as
lemon
much as
water,
I should.
lemon water keeps getting yelled at me right now.
Okay.
Like literally just throw some wedges of lemon in some water,
Uh-huh.
especially first thing in the morning.
Okay.
And then what is your dream state like?
I don't generally remember my dreams. I remember having dreams, but I don't generally remember them unless they're really far out wacko or
Which
scary.
you get a lot. Do you get the far out stuff kind of a lot?
I don't know. I don't remember them that much.
All right. It might be interesting to keep a dream journal and start tracking some of that, because I feel like you're getting some messages in your dream state.
Okay. I usually wake up to go to the bathroom and dreams are gone.
Things that can help with that are sodalite. It's a blue crystal.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to cut myself off there.
It's okay.
But you can
really quick,
Google other crystals or things to help you with remembering your dreams.
All right.
All right, great. Anything else for Marian? Anything brief for Marian? And we'll head on to our next question. All right, great. So thank you so much, Marian. Thanks
Everybody.
leaping in. And so everyone, if you want to ask a question on a really popular panel, pay early. You can get in first. All right, great. Let's see, we've got a big long line. I don't have everyone formally in order yet. So Verna potentially is next because she prepaid at the previous panel. Verna, did you want to go now or wait until you're home on your laptop?
I can go now.
Okay, great. Let me find where you are. And then just so you all have an idea of I'll have an idea of who's coming. I don't have everyone exactly in order yet, but after that, it's going to be Laurel, Linda, Carrie, Deanna, Charlotte, Sarah, Amy, and then I don't know the exact order here. We've got Amrita, and then maybe someone for River, and Jocelyn and Arby, but I'm not sure of the order of the last ones. And I want you all to know that if we don't get to you, I will refund you. Some practitioners may stay late, so we may be able to get a few more than would fit in the two and a half hours. I don't know yet, and so we'll see as we go. And so practitioners, yeah, we're doing a great job staying brief, and that'll allow us to get more people. All right, Verna, go ahead. Yeah, you're muted.
I know. Hi, everybody. Mainly, I would like to find out what's going on in my chart wise that might affect what's going on with my health and my other and that type of stuff, or any kind of hits that people are getting. Been really low energy. My iron's a little bit low, but not interventionally so, but just some sadness and depression as well, off and on. So just do you need my birth date?
That's what I was wondering. So what we may do, Verna, is we may get it to Cara. She may do your chart and we'll go on to someone else's, and then we'll come back and do yours when you get home, when she's got everything. So yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to type it into the chat, or do you want to, it's up to you if you want to say it. Just keep in mind it's recorded. It's up to you what you want to do.
Yeah, I could send her a message on the chat, I think.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Verna. And if you know the time and place, that helps me get more specific too.
Okay. And do you want to go on to somebody else for now and come back to me?
That's probably what we'll do. And then Cara has your whole chart all set. And so unfortunately, I wasn't taking notes when you shared. I usually do that. So I'll take a little bit of notes and then we might have you refresh a little bit right before you go. But that's great. Thank you. So yeah, as soon as
Sure.
you're ready, Verna, we'll put you in.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you. Okay. And we've got, so next I know we have Laurel is next.
Okay.
Let me go. Okay, great. There you are. Okay, great.
Okay. So first of all, you'll notice 2 separate donations because I got it straight that it's 16. I'm not BIPOC, so you'll see 10 and then later 6
Okay,
to make
great.
the full 16. So that's that. And we kind of don't know where to start about my body, but I'll do my best. So it's bugging me that my my cardiologist, even though my arteries are clear, no problem with my arteries, I've had that test. I've had something called left bundle, I can't say it, left bundle branch block. I've had that intermittently. And for some people, it's no problem at all. For other people, it's a rather rare disease to have this thing called infiltrative myocardiopathy. My cardiologist wants me to, again, have another test in which I would get some dye, in this case, gadolinium dye into my veins. And I'm being kind of stubborn about this. I don't want it. He advised that like in June. And then again, when I talked to him in August, I do have a new naturopath, and that's going kind of slowly though, in terms of, seeing that person frequently. I'm only covered so far for that naturopath on my health insurance. So, in an attempt not to go on and on, let's see what else. Oh, also I have messages that come through and in my hypnagogic state, generally in the morning. And things are coming in that I could be scared about, and I am at first until I try to look at the picture more broadly. Things like, let's see, I write them down generally. Something like, well, not something like, actually, literally, I've got, it happens at any time with the aneurysms. I've gotten heart attack. I've gotten, yes, this is a clinical assist. I've gotten loading your new paradigm. And sometimes they're less, what might we call direct than that. Some things that might be taken more than one way. One thing said a version of COVID. Another thing is that my leg, since the vaccine, and I'm not trying to make any case for it was the vaccine, but since the vaccine, I've had some pulsing that started in one leg, went to the other, and now I can have this little pulsing. You could call it a twitching if you like, at various parts, in various parts of my body. And so I'm feeling okay in a way about all of this, because I've realized that I'm the kind of person that I guess there's more than one kind like me that needs quite a bit to get me into the present moment. I've had a lot of anxiety and depression over most of my lifetime, and it's actually helping me to get into the present moment more, not to be thinking of, life and death kind of stuff. Plus, through another channeled source, one channeled source, I was told that they didn't see any nodes of exit. And I don't know what time period they were talking about because I'm already 74. But anyway, I'm not trying to have somebody tell me whether I'm going to die tomorrow or in 20 years, but just anything you might see about this.
Okay, great. We've got Karen ready. So Karen, go ahead. And then Dr. Aubrey next.
Hi, Laurel. So
Hi.
I'm curious. You're coming back from a sleep state with some messages, and I wonder if you get some more intense bouts of messages at certain times, like when you're having that left bundle branch block, which, by the way, I also had a few years ago, and was told that it's very normal for an 80-year-old, and they asked me if I was doing cocaine. So but I'm going to say something that's pretty far out there, but it feels like you have a contract with a galactic collective, and they're working in your dream state with you, and that some of the things that are happening on this plane are not cohesively working with what they're doing in some ways. And that pulsing that you're attributing to the vaccine is what I'm picking up is actually a reaction to something that they were doing. And it's almost like the vaccine is not aligning with what you had agreed to do with them.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense.
So it feels like I'm just getting these images and this very strong feeling that it's like when you're sleeping, you're not staying here. And so like you're traveling and you're actually working on some interesting things. And then when you come back, they're kind of updating your system. You're kind of, what did you say, that uploading new paradigm, like that. It really feels like this updating of programming. And so that's why you're in like this state of flux where it's not always the same thing, or things are coming and going, because you're literally constantly going through this evolution.
Okay.
Is the word I'm going to use.
Okay.
So it's up to you if you want to continue that. And there are certainly things that you can do if you don't want to, like gridding your space and kind of canceling those contracts and setting a stage for yourself to not continue that. It doesn't feel harmful, but that's really the very strong inclination I'm getting, is just like this. I mean, I'm very light and bubbly, and as I'm talking about it, like it feels very much prevalent in your field. So
interesting. You mean this prevalent, meaning the connection between the galactic realm and myself. Okay, thank you. And I might just say in general for everybody that that I've gotten these hypnagogic messages in the morning for a number of years. So this seems to be more the theme lately about, health, and but it could be over the years, it could be anything. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Karen, and thanks, Laurel, for sharing more. All right, Dr. Aubrey's next.
Hi, Laurel.
Hi.
So I get, like I said, I'm a detail geek, and I get a little bit on categories. For you, I really get the imbalance for the heart block is actually from your third chakra. It's coming from that center. And actually, when Karen was talking, I do feel like it seems like a shift of identity in there, or a shift of roles there that might be coming up and hooking into the left side at the heart level. Your strength to get out of that is your intuition. So listen to your dreams, listen to what you got going on, I think, and trust it, because doesn't feel like the same kind of stuff. As far as causative stuff there in that particular problem, I actually got location as your problem. And they said specifically the point of the earth that you're on is an issue, and you may want to actually find your ground. And when Karen was talking, I was like, well, maybe she's not coming back to the right point, or it's hard to get to the right point. So you might want to, you know, where is your body the most at home, and where do you feel effortlessly connected to the Mother Earth, or, you know, where can you be physically? And sometimes the 3 is an empathy part also, and that you're not resonating easily with where you are. That chakra 3 can be about not your empathy kind of throwing you off a little bit. I'm not sure if that, it feels like a shift to me. They also gave me that there's a genetic component and a chemical component. I don't think it's diet, and it ruled out diet. I do think chemically here, you might look at your water balance. I do think it might either be electrolyte or water balance that you need to look into. And with empathy, if you feel like that's your world, you may want to actually not negate the fact that you experience water by being around water. So you need to be around the water that you resonate with, not just drinking it, but actually be near the river or near the ocean, whatever one you belong with. Does that make sense? So I think for you want to get near the right land place. And then I do think there's an environmental and an emotional allergy here. So you might look at whether your immune system is overreacting a little, your system's overreacting from an environmental allergy. So I don't know if that's just, you know, pollen or mold or something around you. And then an emotional allergy means an overreaction to your environment. And I do think this one feels like just almost like a pure panic, or almost like a pure fear that comes out of the emotional reaction. That's an overreaction, is like a panic. So if you notice yourself suddenly having that feeling of panic, you know, activating your whole sympathetic nervous system there, catch it, because it's probably a little it's an overreaction a little bit. And anything else there? You want to avoid anything that causes that trigger for a while before you challenge, okay? So actually if you notice the news or whatever it is, if they're telling you vaccine stuff and it's freaking you out, like if you feel that spike go, keep yourself in a bit of an elimination from your triggers. And let it calm down. And then
well, you know, the other thing that happened about the same time that I had the vaccine was I got this device called a CHIO. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of it, CHI-O, and it's supposed to help you with EMF sensitivity. However, I've got to thinking, where'd it go? It's in my fanny pack, I thought, or it was. No, it's right here. It's right here. I got to thinking, well, maybe even though it's supposed to be a good thing, maybe it's kind of like disorganizing how I normally would be. It's called the Chi organizer. I'm wondering if anybody sees anything that maybe that's what's causing the pulsing.
I didn't answer that one. I'm sorry. I didn't look down. Pulsing, twitching, they just said find your ground. So you need to ground your wires.
Yeah.
Yes. So yes, the Chi thing will help very much, probably, but it's helpful if you're connected to the ground.
Right.
And in your case, to the ground in a different location.
Right. And you said something about the dream state, and I missed that. Something about pay attention to your dreams.
I did not get much on the dreams, except for that when she was talking about the dreams, I wondered if it would be easier if you're in the right location for you to travel back to your location.
Yeah. I got something in the hypnagogic state about this is the wrong place to live. And I'm going, oops, I just moved last November. Oh, well. Okay, thank you.
Great, Cara, go ahead.
Hi, Laurel. This is Cara James. I'm the medical astrologer, and nice to see you tonight. I pulled up your chart, and you know, the first thing that jumps out at me is this is a generational thing. You're born with Saturn in Leo. Leo is the sign of the heart. Saturn can show some of our predispositions for health challenges. So right off the bat, we go, okay, Saturn in Leo, again, not super unique to you, but it's still a generational thing that kind of gets your attention of, okay, let's pay attention to the heart. You also have Pluto in Leo, which again, generational, again, puts a little bit of attention on the area of the heart. And you also have some lineups in your chart, a lot of stuff in Aries that makes you kind of hot-blooded, where there's a lot of pressure pushing through those veins. So those things all get my attention of going, okay, it sounds like your cardiologist is suggesting some additional testing that might be really useful, because there's several things that suggest pressure and some challenges. Obviously, you know about the left bundle branch block, but it sounds like he or she has some additional things that they're wanting to investigate. And I especially think that that is wise given the planetary lineup right now. So you're going through what's called a Saturn opposition. So Saturn is opposite Saturn. So it's basically the potential of the heart challenge is being exacerbated right now by the transit of Saturn, who's like provoking it and saying like, okay, let's deal with this, let's work on this. And it probably, it's taken 14 years for Saturn to get to this spot. So sometimes there's a correlation with events and things that started 14 years ago, just a little aside, but certainly, these are challenging arrangements that are in the chart right now, and they're going to, in the coming months, continue to be difficult. Or at least try to get your attention. So I'm just saying it's a perfect time, I would think, to do additional testing. And, it sounds like you have some options there. The other component is, well, I won't get into it. It might be a little too astrologies. But certainly I think there is probably more to be discovered. And these planetary transits that you're in right now are kind of pushing that forward and saying, all right, let's really look at this.
Okay.
Yeah. And right now you actually, there's a lot going through your 12th house, which is where we don't really understand things. So it's like planets are kind of trying to shed light, clear the fog. Mercury, the planet of the doctor, is one of the planets that's there right now. So it's almost like, all right, you've got some help that's kind of trying to, help you unravel these mysteries. And I think additional testing will help you get a lot further.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Anyone else for Laurel? I know Cindy, you had something brief you might want to share, and anyone else?
Okay, so Laurel, I decided to pick a few cards for you, and this is the Mineral Kingdom wanting to share with you if you're open to receiving this information from the earth. Okay, so the first mineral that jumps out for you is Snowflake Obsidian. Do you know that stone? It's black and it has these little white, kind of like, it looks like little snowflakes in it. And what it is it helps you to clearly see the situations that are going on around you, all right, with more clarity. Okay, the second one that comes up for you is called Kyanite, and that's Kyanite, if you don't know that one. And this one will help you to align your chakras and to keep other energy fields from others, including the ETs, at a distance. Okay. And on that note, I noticed that Karen was talking to you about your work with the ETs. I know that many of us have come from the outer planets and planetary systems, and you may be awakening to that. Sometimes we have what's called star Akashic records. Are you aware of yours?
I'm aware of the term and a vague idea of what it is, but I'm not aware of mine, no.
Sometimes we have made agreements that are in conflict to our earth journey as a soul. And sometimes it's a good practice to do what's called a vow release and implant removal and things like that. And so there is a whole system of, it's kind of like a meditation where you go deep and you release all of the cords and all of the vows. And it's not a one-time deal. It's done a few times, but every time it's done, it frees you as a soul to be you without having the obligations that you've agreed to in previous lifetimes, including your star lifetimes.
Okay.
The third mineral that steps up for you is called aquamarine.
Hmm.
Do you have a piece of that?
I don't think so, but I have some stones that I don't know what they're called. Yeah.
Well, you might find aquamarine in a ring or something like that, or a pendant or something. It's pretty common.
Yeah.
What it does is it helps you to release uneasy feelings. Okay. And the third one that steps up is clear quartz. I'm sure you have a crystal, correct?
I do.
Now, my way of working with crystals is to always make sure that you clear them before you work with them. The clearing process I use is I just put it up to my sixth chakra and say the words clear, 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 and then I hold it out in front of me and I dedicate it to the purpose. So whatever you need to have more peace or calmness in your life, you can program that crystal to help activate as an amplifier that frequencies will be attracted to you to help balance that within you. And the third one is called chrysoprase. It's a green one. And it has to do with opening your heart. And I think other practitioners have already talked to you about your heart connection to the field of anxiety that seems to be permeating around you.
How do you spell that?
CHRYSOPRASE. So, and I know another practitioner asked how much water you were drinking. This is the stone that's also asking you to take a long bath. In other words, get into the water and to make sure that you're drinking enough water.
Okay.
And then the other thing that I had said to Laureli that perhaps, I don't know if you've ever done hypnotherapy with a really good hypnotherapist.
Not with a good one. A little bit of group hypnotherapy, but that was different. Yeah.
I will send you a contact, in the private message of one that I really respect and has had great results with people with anxieties. And once you can release that emotional attachment that seems to be so present within you, you'll find a greater peace within you.
Okay.
I hope that helps you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all.
All right, great. Anything else for Laurel? Oops. One thing. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Laurel, for
Thank you all.
letting us support you.
Thanks.
All right, I think Verna, if you are back, you are welcome to go next.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. I'm hearing a lot of good stuff so far, and I've been finding myself having a hard time focusing, making plans. It might just be Mercury retrograde, I don't know, but I just don't feel quite myself, and I mean, I just don't quite feel as good as I would like to. That's what I mean to say. So, and also having job hunting issues. So just anyone have any input on that? Please let me know. Thanks.
Remember, you're particularly requesting information off of your chart too, so we just know we're going to get Cara.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes.
Great.
Yeah. That's the main thing. So, yeah, the main. Definitely want to hear from Cara, and then keep it brief. Anyone else who has stuff, unless you have a burning thing that you need to say.
That's great. All right, Dr. Aubrey, go ahead.
Hi, Verna.
Hi.
I was getting answers to your previous question, so I thought I would shoot them in quickly. I didn't do the focus on the job hunting. You asked about the low energy and the iron and the sadness and depression. I do get that right now your imbalance is in your heart center, which is chakra 4. So looking for your group, finding your group, people you love, and that your strength right now is in 7, which usually means make a big life change. Okay, so if you're thinking about a job change, I would do that. Low energy iron, you actually have I got an ancestral pattern there. So that might be something to look for with ancestral healing work. I believe that's your dad's side, and it feels like about 6 generations. Food allergy. So you might want to look into someone with food allergy. And I got a heavy metal imbalance. So you've got 3 things there that are pretty intense. So you may want to go into specific help with. And then for the sadness and depression, I actually get there's a major component in your diet that's contributing to your mood. And that empathy is a huge aspect for you. I think that's probably the biggest part with the mood change, the sadness. So you want to maybe work with making sure it's yours or not yours, and working on clearing your field.
Thank you.
Great. Cara, if you're ready, go ahead. And if anyone else wants to jump in, you can do that too.
It'll just take me another minute or 2 to look at your chart, Burnett. I had to take my puppy dog out, and so I'm just getting back into the swing of things here. So go ahead if anyone else has something to say first.
Great. And I've got notes in the spreadsheet, everyone, on a bunch of different questions, if you want to see those, and some on Berna too.
Yeah, I apologize for changing up the question.
It's okay.
In the time that I was thinking.
And I'll just mention just for me too. So like I had blood tests last time, maybe like 2-3 years ago, and I just had blood tests again. And I was worried that I was having sugar metabolism stuff, which is fine. It turns out I'm having some other thyroid things, and I have a really abnormal thyroid, but it's not just, yeah. I mean, the hormones themselves are fine, but it's the hormones that are making sure those hormones are at the right level. I'm having trouble. So yeah, so I just don't know when you've done blood tests and things like that too, looking at a lot of different things. Because your energy feels like there's something's not right, or something you're missing something. It feels like metabolically too. So
yeah, definitely. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I do have a tiny goiter, so I do have a bit of thyroid stuff, but you know, of course, nothing I have is significant enough to do what Western medicine wants to intervene on it.
Yeah,
So
and I'd say it's a naturopath that I see, and you know, and this is like the standard range that a test, you know, like supposedly is normal. And if it's in here, she goes like, no, you know, outside of that's actually a problem. Or she says like, how to say, it'll say, I don't know, like all these things are a problem. She's like, no, in there, that's totally fine. So yeah, so having some of the other perspectives, just like you're getting here tonight, but looking at some of those details too.
Thank you.
Yeah, anyone else before Cara is ready? So want everyone, oh, go ahead, Sara. Yeah.
You know, look at your home space, and if you have anything that has a really grounding picture of like trees or like the mountains, I don't know what area you're in, but when you look at it, you feel really grounded in that. Have that picture maybe by your desk if you're working at home, that you can look at. Or if you have one on the wall and you don't like the space it's in at this moment, move it. That's also what I'm getting. Energetically, then, you shared you have the goiter, like throat area, right? All this. So what are you doing to support you in your journey with finding your voice? So if that's a meditation, I mean, I say that, but look at doing something intuitively yourself, and or asking the universe to show up, like working on space for finding your voice. So maybe that's singing more songs to yourself, or just having a playlist as you're getting ready in the morning, or if you're cooking food. But be in this space of even maybe just singing to yourself. So picture, groundedness, maybe if it's a mountain, but like really green, strong trees, either in your desk space or kind of like what you look at. Also looking at having it on the wall. If you already do have a picture like that you love, then look at moving it. I'm getting it, like you need to move something to like ground in it. And then your voice was singing even a little bit, so it'll help. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Singing, chanting sounds like a great idea. Donna has something. And then Cara probably. Donna, you're muted.
Try it again. I'm not telling you what to take or diagnose or anything, but I just wanted to know if your blood test, if you've been tested for vitamin B12 levels, vitamin D levels, and your T3, T4 levels, and if you eat enough fish, saltwater fish, because that will supply you with iodine for your goiters. So anyway, it's B12, vitamin D, and your T3, T4. So if those blood tests have not been done, I would recommend them.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your brevity too. That was great. And yeah, maybe we'll get that list in the chat for you if that's helpful. Cara, go ahead.
Okay, hi Bruna. And I'll preface this by saying that I normally look at a chart for an hour or two for a medical astrology chart because there's a lot of depth to it. So just know I'm going to give you a little snippet of what I'm picking up on. But it's it's a complex thing, and that you're going through some challenges that don't have a lot of answers right now. The first thing that comes to me is just how great of an empath you are. So your chart shows how you just pick up so greatly on the energy of people around you. So I think part of this is around having energetic barriers, and it's probably a lifelong process that you've gone through because you have such an ability to empathize, care for the underdog, want to be helpful. And so you have a little bit of a more permeable energy space. So you can take on a lot of stuff. And I think a component of this may be going back into childhood and some old stuff, old traumas that are kind of got a little bit stuck in the body, are kind of part of this that needs to be worked with, and maybe in therapy or with a practitioner like somebody here to kind of unlock some of that, because there's just a few things that get my attention in terms of some big stuff to be able to work through. Now, the other thing, well, one, it's just based on your birthday. Most people who have birthday in late Capricorn have been dealing with Pluto, and Pluto's a very, very challenging planet and can definitely upturn your life in significant ways. It looks like some of that simmered down, but I'm guessing you're coming off of some years of significant change and maybe even some hardship. So I just want to honor you for what you've probably been going through, perhaps loss. And right now, if it's okay, I share little snippets of your chart, but you're an Aquarius rising. So remember we were talking earlier with Marianne about how she has Saturn going through her 6th house of health. You have Saturn, that challenging planet, often challenging planet, going through your first house, which is your vitality. So you have a planet that is very dense energy going through your vitality zone, which can make you feel more tired than you normally do. I don't necessarily, when I look at your chart, get big hits on thyroid. You actually look like you generally have pretty good strength and vitality, and Mercury seems like it's making good connections. So thyroid doesn't jump out as again, a quick assessment. I think a big part of this is the emotional processing, and part of it is just the times that you're in right now, where Saturn's like coming through and saying like, let's talk, similar to what I said to Marianne, let's talk about structures and systems and things, and what do you need to really put in place to feel your best. So that's a component. And then I saw in the chat that you had asked a question about vocation I don't know, I missed you actually saying it. So yes, there's a lot of things that would point to making a big shift. And maybe that will be a part of helping to release this energy if you're in a workspace with people who are really, it's hard to shut off, right? Whatever is coming at you from them.
I'm unemployed and or underemployed.
Did you recently become unemployed?
No, kind of in July.
In July, okay, yeah, okay.
By choice from that particular place because of safety.
That makes sense.
Which has been a running theme.
Yes, okay, got you, yes. So it totally makes sense. You had a major eclipse happen to your career zone, which would most likely indicate a loss of a job or a major shift in change, but you also have a lot of opportunity coming right now. So if you are wanting to get back into the workforce in an environment that works well for you, you've got some really nice planetary energy, like bringing new stuff your way. So I wouldn't worry too much. I feel like you've got a lot of good stuff while you're still kind of sorting through some of the other bits and pieces we talked about.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. Just an example of the depth of the information Cara can give in 4.5 minutes. All right.
That's amazing.
Anyone else have?
You guys were all amazing.
Anything else for Verna? Thanks so much, Verna, for your support of our community and showing up here and being part of what we do, supporting us to continue to give this. Yeah, we want you to find something that's a really good fit for you and feel great. All right, thanks, Verna. All right, in the big long list of sessions we have today, and sorry, I'm having weirdness posting in the chat, everyone. Thanks for your patience with that. We have Linda next. We have Linda, Carrie, Deanna, Charlotte, Sari, Arby, Jocelyn, Amrita, Amy, and Leah. And we know we might not get to everyone, so we will give refunds. Some of us may stay late. We don't have birth date information, or at least I don't, from Linda, Carrie, Deanna, Jocelyn, Amrita, Amy. If you want Cara to have it, make sure you've sent it to her directly. I've also been putting in the chat. I'm going to put it in again right now. We have a drawing. We do a drawing for a free 30-minute session with one of the practitioners of your choice. If you fill out the feedback form, just want to make sure you all have that. If you click on it, open it up to fill it out later, that'd be great. Fill it out in between all the things. That's all great too. All right. So next we've got Linda. Let's get Linda up here.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Linda. Yeah, what's your question?
Okay, I know I put it in the chat, but I don't, I've been a very anxious person all my life. Anxiety has just been part of my life, but my last year, it's been kind of escalated, and a lot of it has to do with family, especially my husband, and I'm just not sure where that's going to go, and just want to see if you see any issues with my health, and also trying to decide on a career path because I'm currently unemployed and not sure which direction I want to go to.
All right, great. Just as people are jumping in, I'll say just a tiny bit about your eyes. So you're a little backlit and hard to see, but I'm thinking that you probably have server and scholar as two of your talents. Server is about love, intimacy, and deep connection, really wanting to see and honor each person, all life. So being in an environment where people are really caring of whatever they're there to do, that's really important, how they're caring of each other and in whatever way they provide impact in the world. And then you probably love to learn. So absorbing information to build knowledge and share knowledge. You want to be able to share that knowledge. So pulling together the complex information, being able to share it in a way that it's a contribution. So those are some of the things I see in your eyes. You feel like you have a very energetically sensitive soul. So being in an environment where there's a lot of care is super important. You're really empathic. Yeah, I see Susy's nodding. So I'd say in some role being and yet like your motivation might be submission. So you really want to be lifting and supporting something. So yeah, just being in a place where there's a lot of sensitivity and a lot of care. It could be working with people, it could be in nature. And your energy feels a little, just your rhythm is a little slower. So you want to be somewhere where you're not expected to rush. Those are the more general things I see. And but yeah, you have lots of gifts for working with people. You seem like you have a really tender soul.
I've been told that.
Susie's got something. Go ahead, Susie.
Hey, Linda. So along with Laureli, she says you have a symptom.
Wait, we can't hear you. Move your microphone.
Okay. Thank you. Hey, Linda.
Hey.
It's good, fine, because I was bumbling words anyway. So along the lines with Laureli saying you have a sensitive soul, I'm finding that you are an empath. I find a lot of the people, I think, I'm saying that a lot about people here, but we draw the empaths to us because being a sensitive energetically, you're going to, what are they saying? They're asking you to learn to discern whose energy is whose. So your anxiety is not necessarily yours. It could be other people around you. And you cast a pretty broad net when it comes to checking in with energy. I say I would recommend you learn how to cast protection. Now, whether you do it physically by sprinkling salt around your house or using stones, kyanite is one of my favorite. I'm glad Cindy brought it up. This is my favorite, one of my favorite rings, my blue kyanite ring.
Okay.
But you can also set up around you, well, it's a buckyball. The buckyball is, it's like a soccer ball. It's got those shapes in it. It's sacred geometry, and you can cast one around yourself every morning with the intention to deflect. Okay, so a ball has two sides, inside and outside. So the outside is layered in your visualizations with some sort of reflective material. I love mirrors because that means something's coming at you. It's going to be reflected back to somebody else or deflected back. And then inside, you can line this energetically, say with amethyst. Oh, why did I say amethyst? They're asking me to have you line it with amethyst, which is very spiritually connecting. Kyanite is fabulous. It's also the stone of Saint Michael. Quartz is good, and you can lay it out however you want. They are also recommending that you ground, and that is, there are several ways to do it. Whether you send your energy into the ground, into Mother Earth to have her transmute it and then call it back, or whether you go straight to Mother Earth and have her send her energy up to you. It's up to you. But to have the energy come all the way up through your crown and then calling in source, divine, Allah, whatever you wish to call it, and having that come through you. So you have both earth and source coming through you at the same time. This is going to ground you and connect you to help you better navigate. You are not quite out of phase, but you've got like you're walking on this fence of, am I going to be in this world? Am I going to be it somewhere else? And that will help, I feel, energetically calm the anxiety. And that's the last point would be to breathe mindfully. Breathe in deeply, and you're breathing in something like love. It's always a good default. So you breathe in love and then you exhale anxiety, and if only in this moment. And you do that several times. It's kind of the basics of meditation, really, is just breathing mindfully. Grounding, you're an empath. Yeah, I hit all my points. I hope I made it clear.
Well, thank you. Yes, because I do yoga and that helps, but thank you.
Yes, use the breathing in yoga.
Yoga.
That add that layer of mindfulness to it, and that will help tremendously. Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Susie. Go ahead, Dr. Aubrey.
Hi, Linda.
Hi, Doctor.
Hi. So I think I'm going to try to be kind of brief with yours. I got this is that your imbalance right now is in chakra 2, which sometimes in my world, I just the second chakra sometimes is just relationship, that might be actually where the main imbalance for your health and your life is happening. And that your chakra 8 is your strength. So that's, for me, that means contract. Like you're on a new contract possibly, or you need to be on a new contract with your life. You have a new direction you're going. And so that will get you through whatever's going on that relationship part. The only thing that my guides gave me on relationship was to just ask you, is it done? And ask yourself that. The anxiety is more complicated. I got that you have a mom's side 3-generation ancestral pattern with the anxiety. Mom's dad's mom. And when I experience it, it's very close to a feeling of like pressure on the heart or a heart attack type feeling, a lot of pressure on the heart. So if you do feel that, I feel like your empathy, you may be feeling the dead ancestor, right? So you want to notice it and clear it, and possibly go get an ancestral work session to work with that, or work with a medium or somebody to get that cleared up, because that's not yours. I also I get a 3 and a 2 there. So I think for me, 3 means like emotional overreaction to that. So when that's coming on, well, oddly, what I feel is it's like choking you, and I don't completely understand that, but the overreaction is the part of it.
That's exactly sometimes what I'm feeling. I'm feeling, that now. And my mother and grandmother, they were warriors. It does go back generations to my family.
So this is her dad, your mom's dad's mom. So that'd be her great grandma. So just look back. I'm not sure it isn't more than that, but those are the ones they gave me. As far as your health, they did say if you start to feel that, get out of the situation you're in. It does also feel like it's an environmental warning, and that your ancestors may be trying to help you move along. So just pay attention. Okay. Your health, I do feel some stuff in your throat center with your health, and I did hear Epstein-Barr. So you may want to, you might want to look at the medical medium stuff. I mean, that's an easy walk into Epstein-Barr land, or talk to a naturopath, because I do think there's an infection in there, and also the ancestral patterns coming in and kind of playing in there. As far as the career, I saw you on the rise. So I think you're headed the right way, and you probably already know what that is if you're on a new contract.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Dr. Aubrey. All right, we've got Cara and then Sara. Go ahead, Cara.
Hi, Linda. It's Cara.
Hello.
I pulled up your chart, and a couple things strike me. You're a very intuitive person, as I'm sure just about everybody here probably is, but you're also very instinctual, where you need to take action to know what it is that you really want to do. So you were born at a new moon, and new moon people just have to, sometimes they don't know where they're going. They just know, I got to do something. I got to take the first step. And then after a few steps, they go, okay, now actually I want to go that way, or I want to go that way. So I'm thinking about, like, you mentioned like husband issues and career path. If you have if you're kind of chomping at the bit and you have a little thing you're thinking about, consider actually moving forward, and then you can still change. Again, you can change direction, but like starting to take action will really empower you and really ground you in yourself and in your skills, and make you feel like, yes, stuff's moving, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah, so that's one piece. And the anxiety component, I think you're just very perceptive. So you're very perceptive, and there's this potential of, I don't know, I guess anxiety and fear are similar, but in my reading of your chart, it's almost like a big, deep, dark fear. So it's almost like there's something underneath the anxiety, a core, a ball that you can kind of get to be able to work with and lessen the kind of more everyday stuff that you might be dealing with, because it feels like it feels workable, right? It feels like kind of getting to this component, and it's almost, I don't know if I'm reading it right because I'm looking at your chart really fast, but I'm almost wondering if it's like some story that needs to be shared, that needs to come out, that may be kind of the source of some of that.
That's exactly.
Yeah. So that's good. You have a sense of what it is and what you're
Yes.
wanting to be worked with. So let this be, a message to continue with that. And the other thing is that in terms of health and wellness, you've had eclipses going through your health zone. So it definitely, people in that situation are having a little more health stuff to deal with. But it's actually about to shift. And so I would expect, again, I just did a quick look at your chart, but I would expect that if you are experiencing any symptoms of things, that you might notice some alleviation in the coming months because the energy is starting to move. But there are big changes, I would say, on the horizon because the eclipses are going to be moving through and hitting a lot of your Scorpio planets. So changes in where you live, changes in how you want to show up, like big stuff could be on the horizon with the so just bear that in mind. If you're feeling the winds of change, you're probably right on.
Thank you. Been thinking about it.
Yeah, don't think, just act.
Thanks so much, Cara. I appreciate your care about time. That was like 3 minutes on the dot. We've got Sara and Cindy. Sara, go ahead.
Yeah, so I love how Cara actually said, like, don't think, act. And what I love about this group is everyone has these amazing gifts and are giving awesome feedback. But one key thing in all of this is like, how are we going to act? Like we have to do something ourselves just to get the energy flowing. It sounds like really simple, but we love to like search for insight and answers, but we got to do something. And everyone's been giving like little key things of like, hey, look into like medical medium or, so what was coming to me while you were sharing, and this is, you might be like, clean the cabinets in your kitchen. What I'm also kind of, oh, this is interesting. You're laughing. So, energetically, cabinets, we're hiding things and we're storing things. And we all do it. All of us do it. All of us have our closets. All of us have our cabinets. I have mine too. Like but when we start cleaning, and especially what I'm getting for you is like your higher up cabinets and just taking things out and wiping it down and looking at, does this support me and serve me anymore? And if it doesn't, then donating it or selling it on like Facebook Marketplace or whatever it is, but don't hold on to it. The gift in cleaning and doing these things, it's this like little like piddling. And there's a gift in piddling because we're focusing on this stuff and our brain isn't thinking about, oh my God, what's going on in my body? Why don't I have a job? Like my relationship sucks, blah, blah, blah. Like our mind starts going to a place of like, out of all of that. It's like, in a way, it's kind of a distraction, but it's not, because we start getting insights and like little ideas like, oh, wait a minute, in my new place, I just want to have these. I don't need all this. And so that's where I invite you. It might sound like a huge thing. So guess what? Just do like maybe one side of your kitchen, or just like, I would start top to bottom, and that's what I'm getting. So I'm not sure if you have like a ledge above your cabinets, but cleaning that off and then go inside and start top down, because you're going to also energetically start removing the heavy weight that is above, that you feel the weight on you. So that's my gift. I know it sounds like a lot.
No, makes sense. So thank you.
You're so welcome.
Thanks, Sara. We've got Cindy and then Karen.
I love what Sara just said, and I love the energy in which she said it. So, Linda, along those lines, I want to encourage you to realize that you've always wanted to write a book, didn't you?
Not really.
I think you have a story inside you, in other words, a story that's going to really reveal your past, your present, and where you're going in your future. So you can call it a journal. I call it a story or a book. And do you currently work with children at all?
No, I do not.
Okay, then then what I'm going to ask you to do is look at your inner child and bring that child out and put her into playtime with you. Okay. What does
Okay.
playtime really look like? When was the last time you actually did play stuff?
It's been too long, too long.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
when I was learning to be a medium, I used to go to a medium and he used to say to me, baby doll, you have to feed that child in you, that inner child. And that's what the advice I'm giving you as well. Okay. Tap into the joy that's inside your heart and to the things that you really want. What is creativity? What inspires you? I want you to get on to that vibe rather than the stuck vibe. And, just like a lot of us have said, just do something. Okay.
Okay.
Don't wait. Okay. Now let's look at the health part for just a second and your anxiety. Are you able to access your guides and your angels?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember dreams, even though I asked for, messages or guides, but I just never feel them.
Okay. So just a little piece of advice. As soon as you ask for an archangel to be present, they're present. Okay. So the archangel that steps up for you is Archangel Raphael, the one for healing. All right. And the other being of light that steps up for you, he's been known as Jesus, and he's also, in my view, Lord Sananda, the ascended form of Jesus. And both of them are combining as powerhouses for you. And actually, Archangel Michael's just right behind you. I can see him as I look at you.
My God.
And so Archangel Michael is the one that can cut any energetic cords that seem to be binding you. And the other two are, one, to believe in your heart and your love that you're bringing through your creativity out to the world. And I think that you need more sunlight. So where do you live?
I live along the Jersey Shore.
Okay, so it is sunny there, I hope, sometimes?
Not today so much, but yes.
As opposed to Portland, Oregon, that is 9 months of just overcast. But
okay.
So what I'm getting at is you need fresh air, all right? And you need, do you wake up early so you can get the sunrise?
7:30, 7 o'clock.
Is that sunrise?
That's not sunrise. No, sunrise is like about 5 a.m.
Wow. Really? Okay. So whatever it is, those rays that you're getting from the heavens at whether it's sunset or sunrise are very, very healing to you and will open up different frequencies to be around your body. And then do that breath work that, Laureli was talking about, breathing in and then exhaling the old stale energy and then taking in from the crown chakra, the higher dimensional frequencies available to you and grounding back down into the earth. Do you have a solid practice of meditation?
I find it hard to meditate. My mind wanders.
Well, all our mind wanders, but it's a practice. And so you have to learn to do it.
Do it.
And the reason I say you have to do this is because meditation allows you to get into what's known as the unified field. That's that field of colored lights where you can actually be healed by the higher frequency and higher dimensions that are coming into the planet at this very time. So you can practice with a little clock, okay? And for 10 minutes, you can do this, put that clock right beside you, okay? Pick a mantra that you like. For me, it's infinite love and gratitude. Put that mantra in your mind. Don't say it out loud and just keep it in your mind till it finally releases. Keep your eyes closed until you can see the light. And it takes a while, but you'll get there. And then sit in that space. Call in the Archangel Raphael and just ask, what is my next step for better health? And listen to the very first thing that comes into your mind. That will be the telepathic message from that archangel.
Thank you so much. I will do that. Thank you.
And when you actually,
Cindy, if you could be quick, it's gone over a little bit.
Just practice this, the stepping out away from the 3D body into your other higher frequencies will allow peace and calmness to come over you. Thanks.
Great,
Thank
and
you.
I'll see, Cara was seeing this stuff in the chart too, so good job, everyone, syncing up. Karen and then Dr. Donna. Go ahead, Karen.
So I think I'm going to echo a couple things that were said, but I got this visual of folding blankets. And to me, like, it was just showing like you're constantly accumulating and like storing it away. And I'm feeling like there's resonance there in your gallbladder. And I wonder if you wouldn't feel better just sort of doing a cleanse. I did a quick Google search and I just looked up like a home Google like cleanse for your gallbladder, and you can do something with lemon and olive oil, and that really resonated with me. So if you want to check into that in Google. And then I was also getting this visual of like you being a magnet. And I think that kind of is in line with what Susy was saying, like you're just sucking all of this stuff in. So really creating that shield for yourself to deflect things out and asking if it's yours whenever you start to feel something, because it feels like 9 times out of 10, it's not yours.
Okay.
And then your T3 and T4 are like screaming at me, and it feels like you have an ancestral cord sitting there. So was that Dr. Aubrey that said to clear from the ancestral line? Because that's, I mean, I'm literally like in pain sitting here talking to you right now. So it needs to move.
It needs. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Thanks, Karen. Go ahead, Donna.
Hi, I just have 2 things quickly. One is somebody taught me the simplest mantra of all. When you want to meditate and you put on some quiet music and kind of get the lights down a little bit, it's just breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. If you concentrate on that, it takes care of everything else. The other thing is, the whole time you've been on, I don't usually do mediumship, but there's a little guy on behind your left shoulder, and he's standing there, and he has he's short, and he has kind of like a rotund belly. He has bib overalls and a pork pie hat on, and he just wants you to know that you're never alone. He's always right there behind you, and he's protecting you and helping you. So I don't know if that's one of your ancestors or not. I have no idea.
I
If it's
wonder
just a
if
guy.
it's my father-in-law. It could be.
Just want to somebody right behind you. So never feel
Thank you.
alone, dear.
Thank you so much for that.
All right, great. Anything else for Linda? All right. Thanks so much, Linda, for your question.
Well, thank you all. You've been a great help, and thank you again.
Very welcome. Right, next we have Carrie. Carrie's right there. Okay, great. Get you up here.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. What is your question?
Okay, good. Okay, so I've been dealing with a lot of fatigue and chronic pain and depression, and I didn't know if anyone had any insights about any of that. Also, the other one would be about my sweet rescue dog, Mabel, who is having some small animal aggression. We do not know her history, and didn't know if anyone had any animal mediumship for me.
Yeah, at least a couple of the practitioners do. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right. And Cara, I don't have Carrie's birth date info. I don't know if you have it, Carrie.
I sent it to her.
Okay, great. All right. And you said your dog's name is Mabel, right?
Mabel. Mm-hmm.
Some people want to know. Go ahead, Donna.
How old is she?
We don't know. We think she's about 7 or 8. Yeah.
Or about 5?
I'm sorry?
About 5 years old?
Oh, we're thinking about 7 or 8, maybe.
And how long have you had her?
2 years.
And what color is she?
She's white with some fawn and black. She's a boxer. We had her DNA tested for breed. She's a boxer, Great Pyrenees, Australian cattle dog. She's a cutie pie.
Yeah, I imagine.
I was a geneticist. So strange that they put Pyrenees, Great Pyrenees in the mix with all that. That's funny.
Yeah.
And a photo?
Yeah, multiple of them.
You know, I can do better than that. Hey, Mabel. Look
Yeah,
at
so
Mom.
avert your eyes, anyone that does not want to see.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there she is. Mabel, look at Mama. There you are. Good girl.
Oh, sweet.
Good girl.
And I have one more question for you. Do you have
Sure.
any kind of things going on in your house? Like, has anybody left that was there most of the time? Has anybody been added? Have you moved? Is anybody sick? Is it set and aggravated? Anything like that?
No, none of that. I've been with my partner for 25 years, and we have one other rescue dog that we got about the same time we got her. So yeah, other than my partner's a nurse, and with the virus, it's been a little stressful there, and then with me not feeling well.
So he had coronavirus, that you're saying?
No. My partner's a nurse and works with patients, and so it's been stressful. So if there's stress coming from her,
there,
should come
okay,
from
that's okay. That hits a bell. Okay.
Yeah.
And one other question. Has
Sure.
she just started being aggressive, or has she been like that the whole 2 years you've had her?
She's been like that about the whole 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for waiting. Sometimes it takes a moment for everyone to connect. Go ahead, Dr. Aubrey.
Hi, Carrie.
Hi, Doctor.
Hi. So I will leave Maybell to the experts if that's okay. I'm getting, actually, this is a 7th chakra imbalance for you. So this is probably around a major life change or something major that's happening for you in your life that's caused some upheaval. And then it's a 2nd chakra strength. So that for me means you want to go ahead and start taking some emotional risks. So go ahead and step forward on anything you think you should be doing, even if you're a little nervous about it. That's a good idea to help move you through that change. The fatigue they gave me, actually pretty food allergy was in there. So you may want to get an allergy panel to see what foods you might be reacting to. I also got two pretty complex ones there. I got a past life issue and a mom's side ancestral pattern. So sometimes those two can be a little bit challenging. I did feel like the past life is directly related into some neck tension, neck pain, and the chronic pain there's a big musculoskeletal component with that. So I don't know if you've got help on massage or PT or somebody in that realm. I think that's a piece, but I think it's maybe generated from that past life issue. So you may want to talk to past life super ladies. And I also got, it's an environmental issue. You want to, I feel like there's an emotional environment that's toxic to you, and you need to pay attention to your emotional environment. In particular with the depression, they just said, is this yours? So I think, God, if you're picking up emotional toxicity, and I don't necessarily mean your partner, but it might be picking it up from your partner's work, or whatever, if she or he is bringing that.
I can be an energetic sponge sometimes.
Yeah. So you want to practice, you need a practice for clearing, which it sounds like there are all these cool people here who know how to help you. Or so those would be what I'd suggest.
Okay, thank you.
Susy, go ahead.
Hey, Carrie.
Hi.
Thank you, Dr. Aubrey, for bringing up the past life stuff, because I was picking up stuff around the thyroid area that could also be the throat chakra. But in relation to a past life thing, I'm feeling that there was a hanging involved because outlaw sounds so dramatic, but there was an outlaw lifetime there, and you paid for it there. And then there was, I don't know, what is the fatigue? The fatigue, I believe, is kind of, you just said you were an energetic sponge, and having a partner who's a nurse who is taking on all this other stuff, you want to help and help them recover. So you're taking it on. Clearing, Dr. Aubrey talked about clearing. Yes, do that. You can do that a number of ways. I like to do it energetically because it's just, I can sit there and set the intention, and you look at the energy. You can just, will the energy to go counterclockwise. So I don't know how it's going to show up on the screen, but if you swirl things counterclockwise, and that will clear it. Whether you use a
Oh,
pendulum or you can
I have a
use,
pendulum.
okay, then get your
I think
pendulum going
saging.
and then clear it. Saging is good. And I like saging. There are so many different ways to clear. I like using intention. I just set off my
Okay.
smoke alarm today because I was saging and I didn't move it out on the way soon enough.
Okay.
So, but you can also set that intention to shift the energy and have it go counterclockwise. However, I
Okay.
want you to remember that when you clear, you need to bring something in that is preferable. So as you're
Okay.
clearing out other people's energy, you bring in your own energy, bring in source, bring in love, bring in, whatever you can, because otherwise you're just going to pull in other stuff that's not yours.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, it
Cool.
really does.
Cool.
Thank you so
Excellent.
much.
Sure. You're welcome.
Thanks, Susie. We've got Sara and then Donna.
Hello, Carrie.
Hi.
What I was getting to, and the play off some of what Dr. Aubrey was talking about, is definitely getting some body work done. Intuitively, like you are energetically taking on a lot of things that are not yours. And there's
Okay.
like some equilibrium that's off a little bit. You might sense some of it like in your hearing, but they're like a body worker that might do cranial sacral work and or massage and or if you go to a chiropractor, and it's not like and it's going to be something you might have to go a little bit like in reflecting on your own self-care, like what are you doing for yourself. And
Okay.
that's what I'm getting. I did like also, I mean, I love what everyone always says, but Susie, like the whole counterclockwise, that absolutely, because there's something energetically going off, and that counterclockwise in a way is resetting. So it's helping resetting. So it's
Okay.
not that the anything going counterclockwise is going to fix it. It's a combination. So I'm always really clear with clients and stuff. It's a mind, body, and spirit. That's why there's a concept. It's not just one thing. It's a combination. And we might not know what that like concoction is of that combination, but we know if we are just dabbling in the little things of the mind, body, and spirit, that it'll all help in all aspects. So that's where I'm just inviting you to like really look at body work and what kind of resonates with you. I'm getting like a deep massage, the equilibrium, cranial sacral work, and chiropractic, in addition to some kind of practice that also helps move energy counterclockwise. So maybe it's Tai Chi or Qigong too. So
I just started looking at Qigong the other day and was planning on starting it.
that
So
actually, yeah, it'll help switch the energy.
okay.
Thank you. I wish you
Thank you.
Great, Sara. Thank you. Donna and then Cara.
Hi, Carrie.
Hi.
My reading is all on your dog, of course, Mabel.
Yeah.
What I picked up on was immediately that she gave me the word. I asked permission to talk with her. She came forward, and her tail was wagging, so she wasn't, antagonistic or anything. But I got the word immediately, hunter. And apparently, I mean, this is what I saw when she was younger. She lived like on a farm or a ranch, and I was seeing like a horse barn with stalls on both sides, and she caught rats and squirrels and mice, and that was her job. And so she was really good at it, she said. So she said,
very good at it.
she said, what else am I supposed to do here? And she said, boring. That's what she's telling me. She feels claustrophobic. And she says, I want to run free. I want the wind into my face. Let's play, let's go new places. So those are all things. She's really middle-aged, but young in dog years as far as needing lots of energy. And so I don't know if you ride a bike or you can take her out on a four-wheeler or something, and something new, something different, the ocean maybe, to get ocean waves and run, whatever. But the main thing is important is that you talk to her. Talk to her very quietly. Tell her that you respect what she used to do. You honor her for that. You're grateful for how she was trained, but explain how this is upsetting to her mom and dad now, that this is not bringing calm into your home, and explain to her why you need a more calm, positive energy in the house, particularly because her dad is working in a very stressful job. And he wants to come home to quiet and peace. And so if you explain that to her and ask her to please not attack small animals, and give her, as we said before, give her another job to do. Tell her to guard the perimeter of your property if you have a fenced yard, or tell her to take care of the house when you're gone, or some job that she is needed by you. And the last thing I would say, besides talking to her, is very, very important for you and your husband to picture her only in a positive light, positive energy. Don't picture her as having bad behavior or expecting bad behavior. Always picture her having good behavior. I mean, good, your idea of good, and positive energy, and ask her to make the house more calm. And if you would, make kind of like a compromise, like a little compact, and say, if I take you out and we get lots of energy work and you can run and play and we'll do all this good stuff, then would you please reciprocate by not attacking little animals and being very calm in the house. And this is the job that we would like you to do. So if you can do those things, I think you'll see a miraculous change in her. She's very willing.
Donna, if you could just wrap it up quickly.
Know that wasn't acceptable.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Donna. Go ahead, Cara.
Hi, Carrie.
Hi.
Trying to find you. Oh, there you are. Okay, now I can see you. Yeah, gosh, when you were saying, you used the phrase energetic sponge earlier, and you might know your chart, and you at least know you're a Pisces, and you might know you have another planet in Pisces. So that's the kind of energy of Pisces, right? That incredible ability to empathize and sense. Pisces is a water sign, right? You can feel all the little vibrations. You think about water, and it's anything that, that goes by, it rumbles by on the street, the water's gonna feel it. So you have, you definitely have gifts. You said, do I have abilities? Yes, you have, and I don't know what context you might be, you definitely have significant intuitive abilities with some of these placements in your chart.
Okay, yeah, that I had someone walk up in a mystic fair a few months ago that I was at and said, you have a funnel coming out of the top of your head. And I started wondering what that would mean. And I've always kind of had prophetic dreams, and I didn't know if that was part of what that was, if that's what came out.
Absolutely. Pisces is a sign that relates to the dream world, the place in between worlds, reality and whatever is beyond, right? So Pisces has a unique ability to be able to work in those in-between spaces, bring messages from other realms. So, and especially because your Mercury is there, your communications planet, how you receive information. I mean, yeah, when you need to make a decision, you could just go take a nap and then wake up and be inspired by whatever your guides or whoever has shown up and brought information to you. The other thing though, is Pisces is a lower energy sign. In terms of health, Pisces is one of the two signs that have some of the lowest vitality just in general. It's just a very delicate energy. It's a water energy, and it can be incredibly overstimulated by environment, by other people. So as a Pisces, it's especially important for you to really protect your world, to protect your space, to protect your energy, who you allow into your field. Because even with tons of training and energetic boundaries, you know, it's still a lot to hold, because you have so much, such a big heart and such an ability to fill people. So those are a couple of things that come up. I'm not sure if you talked about this. Are there any major changes on the horizon in your family life? Parents, are they in your world at all?
My parents.
We've only got like half a minute too, so just focus on what you want
I'm
to say.
sorry.
Okay. Yeah, no, my parents are still alive. I'm looking at a possible career move.
Yeah, career move. There's some shifts that are happening that have the potential to make very significant changes in life, and you can see it in career, you can see it in family. So I'll kind of leave it at that, because I think I'm over time. But there's a lot going on in your chart, just so you know, and I'm just kind of scratching the surface here for tonight.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Cara. All right, Cindy, go ahead.
Okay, Carrie, this is about your beloved and pet, and this is what I heard. I don't feel safe anymore. I'm not sure who to trust. You know, people feel kind of weird to me, meaning when you're out walking, you know. Okay, and pet goes, I'm not sure about my place in the family. Now, this is something I'd like you to look at, and
Sure.
I want to be valued more than I feel right now. And even the pet smartly says, let's have a family meeting. I don't know if you've ever done that, where you bring everybody in the family together in one room, and then the point of the family is, and your pet is so in tune, says, so I know what I'm to do and how important I am. And that's, you know, that's
her favorite, we call her happy places when a family, we've gone family walks. She loves it.
Yeah, so just bring them all around you, and then just recognize each one, and just ask your pet, what would you like to share? First thought back will be the answer. And I hope it helped you.
Thank you so much. We'll work on that.
All right. Thanks so much, Cindy. All right. Anything else for Carrie? Thanks so much, Carrie.
Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. All right, let's see. So I'm trying to see if we have enough practitioners that can stay. I'm concerned that we don't at the moment. So who practitioners can stay? There are a couple of you I don't have answers from yet. Okay, so okay, great. So we've got enough of us that can stay for a little bit. We'll keep going. The other thing is I still don't think we'll get to everybody, because we have so many questions, and I was just looking at my calendar. And so I just did an idea. If enough of us can do a panel again on Sunday, the 10th, we can already schedule another one, if that's of interest, or it'll be a little further out. And I just wanted to check with everyone. I can do, like Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, what time?
Yeah, what time is my question?
Like, let's make up like 4 o'clock, or I can even
do 4.
4 o'clock I can let you know later, but I got it.
That's great. Okay, so we might be able to do another medical intuition panel at 4 p.m. Those of you that we're not getting to tonight. So some of you have to leave. So what we're going to do now is we're going to close up. I just mentioned that for those of you listening and watching, you can find out about more MeWe fairs at MEWEFAIRS.com. So practitioners that need to go, let's see, let's start with, I guess, Cindy, Karen, and Sara. Go ahead and take a minute or so, share again about who you are, what you do, and how people can find you online. Thanks so much for being here and being part of the panel. Cindy, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Cindy McGonagle. I'm a psychic medium as well as an animal communicator. I'm in the desert outside of Palm Springs, and I do personal online readings and virtual events. And I have an animal communication certification course that's being offered if you want to get a closer relationship with your pets. And I also am on Clubhouse if you'd like to come into a couple of the clubs. One is on intuition activation, where I help you get connected to your guides and your angels. We do vow releases. We work on everything to increase your own intuitive abilities. The second club is animal communication, where you get to practice your own animal skills. much like this panel. So if I can help you, please find me. The information's in the chat and I'm available to you. Thank you.
Oh, and since I wasn't listening to everything, did you say some of your contact info? So it's in the video?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. My website is my name, cindymcgonagle.com. And you can find me also on Facebook as Cindy L. McGonagle. And you can also see me on YouTube, same thing, and Instagram. Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy. Karen?
Hello again. My name is Karen Coccia. I'm a quantum energy healer and soul alignment coach. You can find me at karencoccia.com. That's KarenCoccia.com. And you can also find me on Facebook at Soul Alignment or Soul Aligned Healing. I just changed it with Karen Coccia. I am on the East Coast, but I also work primarily via Zoom. So it doesn't matter. I've had clients literally on the other side of the world. And energy knows no bounds of time or space. So I work mainly with clients one-on-one, just tapping in and seeing what needs to be released or integrated, what's no longer serving them, what their bodies are really needing at that moment. And we look at all the mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical realms of the field and the body. And I just help clients release everything that they're not so they can be everything they came here to be. It was such a pleasure being here tonight, and please keep me posted about Sunday. That would be great. And thank you all so much, everyone.
Great. And I'll just say we will do it on Sunday. It sounded like enough of you can. I know you all can't, but so we'll do it Sunday at 4 p.m. and I'll work on getting all that info out to you. Let's see. So we've got then Sara and then Donna.
Hi, everyone. It's been an honor and a pleasure to hold space and be on this amazing panel with everyone here. I'm based out of Portland, Oregon. I work with clients virtually and in person if in Portland or if I'm traveling. With Feng Shui consulting, I also do energetic space clearing in spaces. So similar to this, I'm a breath worker and help hold space for that. And I can always talk to you more. I'm offering a $50 savings on a Feng Shui consultation remotely. Feel free to reach out to me on my website. So it's saraegert.com. I'm on social media. All my links are on my website and you can drop me an email there too. Just look on the website. I do have events. I have a breathwork circle later this month. That's virtual. I'd love for you to attend. And I'm still working on having more group meetings for Feng Shui. And I like to work one-on-one because it's just more specialized and I can work with you as to what's going on and what like little things you can do in your home space that energetically reflect in your life and vice versa. So I'd love to connect and let me know if you would have any questions or just to connect and go from there. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks so much, Sara. Getting your information in the chat now too, and then Donna.
Hi, everybody. Just trying to make sure I'm not muted. My name is Donna Sauer, Dr. Donna Sauer. I'm an animal communicator, energy healer, and I work with mediumship for animals that have crossed over. So if you would like to have a reading for your pet, either in the physical now or in the spiritual, please get hold of me at dr.dlsauer, Sauer at gmail.com. My readings take quite a bit, and we work at the physical level, the spiritual level, the mental level, and the emotional level when I'm working with your animals. So I would look forward to hearing from any of you, and I hope I can help you. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Donna. And everyone that's still here, I'm making the Facebook event for it right now, so I'll have the link in the chat shortly. All right, let's see. So some of us are still here. I don't know if we'll have enough wisdom to answer questions on animals. Depends on quite what the question is, perhaps. And then we've still got a bunch of people in line. So thank you, Donna and Sarah and Karen and Cindy for being here. Feel free to stay as long as you can. We've got Deanna, Cheryl, Sarah, Arby, Jocelyn, Amrita, Amy, and Leah. Oh my gosh, there's yeah, a lot of us. Okay. Is Deanna still here? All right, Deanna is still here. And looks like there's an animal here. I can't remember. I haven't looked at the question. Whoops. I made a place and I put you up and everyone else off. Let's get us back up here. All right. All right, and I'll get you up here and you can start answering or start asking. Let's see. So maybe give us yeah, I don't have anything about your question. So maybe can you give us a little bit about your question and let's see if we can answer that now or if we want to wait.
I have some abilities that have been coming out in the past 7 years. I have a reflex sympathetic dystrophy, so I have 2 computers and 4 wires implanted. And after one was placed in the back of my head, that's when everything started opening for me. But I have had a couple of like demonic attacks and stuff where I've had to get cleansings and have them removed. And also my son is in a mental hospital and his pod faces an abandoned building that has a portal and like a head demon. And that's where I got the attack from. But I've been doing all the cleansing and everything. And for the past month, though, I've been pretty blocked where I haven't been able to, reach out or get any information in. And so I did a Reiki healing this past Friday, and it was very difficult for her to open up my crown chakra and get everything going. And while she was doing it, I was having visions of like the Aurora Borealis in Alaska. They were purple at first, and then as they turned to yellow, I actually saw a demon manifest and then mystify away. And before she was completely done, I actually had a cold area like sit on my arm where I have one of my leads placed, and I actually swole from that area, and I could feel the cold on the side of my body as well. And I had a reaction. I even scrubbed down with some sea salt to make sure to clear everything. But I'm wondering, are there still things there that are impeding that or still fighting my clarity to open back up? And I really had an animal question too, because I just adopted 2 more senior Yorkies with medical health issues. I have 7 altogether, along with 2 cats. And I'm not able to connect with one of them. She's only half her weight. She should be about 6 pounds and she's only 3. And she had to go through 2 major surgeries before I could get her. So I'm trying to work with her to try to find out what she needs from me other than the nurture, the care and everything. But I'm not able to connect with her like I could the others, like a cat that I adopted earlier this year. He was actually attacked and all of his siblings were killed except for him. He came out with just scars and puncture wounds. And he was able to tell me that it was a fox that attacked him and his family. And also, but I'm still trying to figure out how can I get some more openings, so that I can try to help little Miss Bella that I've only had for 3 days now, to try to work with her more on her level to try to help.
And I want to check in. It sounds like a lot of your questions are about you. I don't, Cara, did you get birth date? Yeah, so Deanna, we don't have your birth date, time, place info. And then also, yeah, so Susie's gonna have something to share, but some of the animal things, we might not have the expertise on the panel at the moment. So I just wanna.
Yeah.
So let's see, so can you get some information to Cara so she can look at your chart?
Yeah, I had posted it early in the thing. It's September.
Sorry, I missed it. Okay. So Susie's ready. Go ahead, Susie.
Okay. Hey, Deanna. Quickly, it's fear. These demons are manifest fear. You can call on guides to help to protect you, and it's not just, see, these feel like they need some sort of root working guides to come and help you. Gran Ebo is one I work with frequently. She's of the earth. She's like that swamp witch archetype, in the Southern Gothic book. She'll sit there and rock and laugh at everybody, and the kids are so scared of her. Actually, she is very comforting, and she will help inner children. And so call on her because she's, I mean, good golly, she's ready to kick some demon butt for you. Her offerings are simple, you know, like things that are red, that ruby shade of red, or yellow as a canary, and always gratitude. Always gratitude to what they do, and she's ready to take it on. I do have information for the dog, and it's very basic. Reiki your dog, Reiki-fy the dog. That's going to help so much healing to happen. It's also going to improve your connection with the dog, open up channels so that you can communicate, because the dog is not really verbal.
Right.
That's what I thought. You know, with my dog, I can just say, "Hey, look, Cosmo," and then Dr. Donna told me he wasn't the brightest light bulb on the marquee, and so you send images to the dog, and so I do that with Cosmo, and it helps me quite a bit. So images to the dog, and then the reassurances. The dog, it feels, is afraid that is it a he, is going to get booted because she's not getting better. So Reiki-fy, send that love, call on Gran Ebo, and she's just got a whole nother bit. Yeah, you're gonna, if I would encourage you to develop that relationship with her so that she can help you dealing with that fear, and then she'll also like just put all kinds of that site that's nearby that's abandoned, that's going to take all kinds of work to clear, and it's not your job to do that. It's your job to protect the sun, and it is your job to protect yourself, but you're going to deflect enough to where they'll go and find someplace else. Oh God, ugh, they just said someplace else to feed. That's okay. Okay, I'm fine. So, but Gran Ebo's incredible. I love working with her. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Aubrey, go ahead.
I'm sorry, out of character. My guides have told me I can't read you. So I don't get to read you medically, but I hate tingles, and I did get tingles on the Evo. So maybe go play that strongly. Also, I got guidance on the dog, which of course I'm like, I don't do dogs. But the guidance on the dog was that she's teaching you boundaries, and that it is okay to not connect energetically. It's okay to not connect energetically. It's okay to not connect energetically. Sorry, I'm supposed to say that 3 times. So yes, so all of the techniques where you're just loving towards her or healing towards her without expecting that empathic melding, those are probably more effective. And definitely let her know it's okay that if you're not connected with her, you still want her around. That made sense.
Okay, great. If Kara's ready.
Oh, yes. Oh, was I not on mute the whole time? Sorry if you could hear my dog.
Okay, no, we didn't hear you. It's fine.
Okay, good. All right. I pulled up your chart. Interestingly enough, like Dr. Aubrey, who's like, there's some kind of interference, or there's something saying not to redo. It took me a while. Every time I tried to put your birth date in, the system was like, no. And it just kept, I mean, I was doing it the same way I do with every single person. And I had to put your birthday like 5 or 6 times before it actually accepted it. So I was kind of getting a similar message of like, tread lightly, or maybe there's some things that are not to be seen right now or not to be known. But the bit that I wanted to share is I looked back at 7 years ago just to see if there was anything that caught my eye in terms of when your intuitive abilities really came online in a powerful way. And it had to do with eclipses. At least that's what caught my eye. I just went general 7 years back, so there might have been other things at play, but there was a significant eclipse with energy coming in to your planet Pluto, which can bring that transformative power, especially it was in a significant place in your chart too. So that seems to be when a lot of the energy came in. Interestingly, now the opposite of the North Node, the South Node, if you know astrology, the South Node of the moon is now transiting, which is often an output, or excuse me, the north node brings energy in, the south node brings energy out. So right now there's almost like a drainage of energy to your Neptune, which can be also related into your intuitive abilities. So I'm just, and it's a temporary thing, and it's going to be shifting in a couple more months. So I just noticed, so you might be in a little bit of a phase. I'm not sure how long it's been going on, but you may feel some of that coming online more as some things shift here in the coming months.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Great. Now I didn't necessarily track everything, but a little bit I can share is you have a combination of some energy that's really soft, and you have some energy that's really strong. And a part of you that's really strong, one of the lessons of that one is it can have a tendency to push too hard.
Right.
And so that kind of is in the line, I think, with what some of the others have said of like, sometimes the thing is that that's not going to happen right now. It's not the thing to do. And really let that be more spacious. And the big opportunities with that one are to find the easy ways, to find the ways that you don't have to be the only one that does everything.
Okay.
Yeah. So that would be the bit I would leave you with, that in terms of your eyes. And Susie's got a little bit more. Go ahead, Susie.
I apologize. I assumed you had Reiki, Deanna.
No, I had Reiki done to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understand that Reiki is energy.
Right.
And I'm going to say this, it's probably pretty unpopular, but you can call through energy however you need to. Reiki is a lovely way to do it. It teaches you how to use it. Your intention is important. And that's how you will bring energy through for your dog and for yourself. Okay.
All right, great. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, let's see. Anything else for Deanna? All right, great. Thank you so much, Deanna.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, let's see. And I don't know if she's still here, but if it was Sara, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. You might not be here anymore. I know you were upset. You really, oh, you are still here. Great. I know you're upset and you really want to support. If there's anything that I can do tonight, and if the people that are willing, you only have one more person in front of you. If that person can stay, we can possibly have you go now, but you may have wanted to speak with some of the other practitioners too. Let's see. So Cheryl, let's see. Are you still here? You're the one that was in front. If you can wait.
Yes, I'm still here.
Are you okay waiting, and we can let Sara go in front if she wants to go?
Sure, of course.
She's still here, and let's see. I'm not sure if she's still here or not.
I'm here. I mean, I was not asking a particular question because I have too many issues, honestly. So I was just going to go with whatever people, you know, picked up on based on my birthday or.
Yeah, let's see if we've got, oh yeah, we've got your birth information. So yeah, Cara might have that and have that, or she can get that ready if she doesn't have it up already. And then it's up to you if you wanted to be on screen with us. You don't have to be, just an option. And how do you pronounce your name?
Sara, S-A-R-E.
Okay, it is Sara. Okay.
I mean, like, you mean like my video or?
Yeah, if you want to turn your video, I'll spotlight you and you'll be up here. You'll be on camera. So it's up to you, whatever you want to do. I'll be able to see your eyes.
Maybe not. Oh, I mean, I could turn it on and then I could turn it off. Is that okay?
Well, yeah, you could turn it. Well, I know, even if you just, let's see, if you turn it on, I cannot bring you up front, but I can still then see you up at the top of my
like
screen.
if it helps to see me.
Yeah,
like if that
yeah,
helps.
I can see you in the photo. Yeah. And I can,
but I mean, I look different because I'm wearing my glasses right now. So
okay, I'm asking you to start the video, but I won't bring you up on Spotlight.
And I can stop the video at some point.
Yeah, you can stop it again.
On the whole time.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I'm trying to see you better. Let me just I don't want to make you big because I'm recording, so it'll show on my screen big. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, great. All right, let's see. Has everyone else got as much of a view as they want to get? I know I'm the one that particularly wants to see. All right, great. Thank you. You may turn off your video. And Yeah, so it just sounds like you really had a general question. You said you have a lot going on. So you just wanted to
I
get,
guess maybe financial is the worst, I guess.
sorry, what did you say?
But
Financial and
financially, I guess, but sometimes the questions I ask, they're not like, I don't know. So sometimes maybe there's something else that's more important. Like I don't know if I always know based on my emotional faculties. Like I have Moon opposition Pluto, so I'm just kind of, it's like maybe there's something better to like, I'm saying, like something more helpful than what I want to talk about, which was, I guess financial issues. But
yeah. Well, I guess
I don't, career.
Yeah, I say a little bit about your eyes. So I think that two of the talents you have are called Priest Priestess and Queen King. So they're two really big extroverted energies that really see a lot of what's here and what's going on, sees the paradigm at play and can see how another paradigm would be so much better. It can be really frustrating because you have a much bigger picture than other people do. There feels like there's something that's really like unstable about your energy also, though. Maybe it's actually artisan. I wasn't thinking about when I was that close to you, but it's there's also maybe your brain processes differently, or there's something about attention. You have a lot of you that's very, and I should watch my own time, strong and clear in how you want the world to work, but it just seems like you're not able to bring your energy to ground your energy to be able to accomplish that. It just looks like there's I assume like there's a lot of trauma that you've had that's here. And just the energy of that trauma really is here too. Someone that has Queen King in particular, they really want to be able to will others to take action for them. So it just seems like you're frustrated in your own energy that you can't ground and take action yourself. And while I'm a fan of everyone being able to take action, it's how to say, it's like you needing to know your value in a way that other people around you didn't honor and didn't respect. And as you know your value, you'll be able to discern who can really help you, not in terms of answering questions like this, but people practically that can really help you and support you. It just seems like some of these old beliefs that you don't have value and you don't deserve to be respected, it keeps you bringing in situations and people that don't support you.
Right. Or an experience, or deceit me and things of that nature.
So examples of things that would be healing are just a little bit of a paradox here. It's just in general, it would be really getting in touch with your anger and letting your anger really come through. There's
a lot.
What's that?
I'm Aries moon, so I don't.
Cara can say something too, which I can't, but I noticed my video is frozen, interestingly. So really getting in touch with your anger, but in a way that, and I difference between anger and aggression, not aggression to push someone else down or to push your own energy down, but just the fiery, raw, healthy anger. Like I deserve, I'm worthy of being here, being honored and respected. So I have some practices for that. I don't have much time. I want to hand it off to others. So maybe I can put something in the chat about that, or I do 20-minute complimentary sessions. I could teach you about some tools for anger if you want to do something like that another time. Those are the big things that I sense and that I see. All right, we've got Dr. Aubrey next.
Hi, Sarah. I couldn't see you.
Hi, how are you? Yeah,
good. How are you?
Sorry. Good. How are you? Good.
I just got a little bit of information for you. Mostly I got that it was before you said money, I got a second chakra imbalance. So I do think that's usually money, power, sexuality, relationship, that sort of thing. In this case, they gave me that your heart is your strength. And it feels to me that it's really important for you to find your tribe. You need to find your heart group and connect with those people. And this may not be your tribe as in your family of origin. Okay, so these people need to be people that you feel like you can actually connect to with your heart. I did feel that almost feels like outer space in your heart, like it's a big open space in there. And they gave me the word homeopathy. So I do think you might want to look at homeopathy. I think that could be extremely helpful to you in getting through some of that imbalance. And they also gave me Force and Form, which for me is about balancing the masculine and the feminine use of power. And that is in the heart center for you. They want you to look at the masculine and the feminine aspects of the heart. And when Laureli was talking, I actually think that's right what they were getting at for me too, which is your worth, your value, and your ability to passionately express. I felt for you, and you could take or leave this, but that you actually have a masculine and a feminine aspect in there that are very strong together.
Yes.
And it feels to me like you aren't, it would be closer to they as a heart, and your they, if you can unify your they, so you can have a masculine and a feminine, passionate masculine and feminine in moving forward in your life. And I do almost feel like there are almost two beings in you or something. I don't really understand how that would work, but two aspects that want to unite and then move and see if you can find your community. I do think bring them together, bring those aspects together is what the guidance I got for you.
Mhm. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Aubrey. And I'll just say too, I didn't even say a lot about them. Priestess is more like feminine. It's emotional, inspirational, passionate, and the Queen King is about power. So masculine and feminine can both be in their power, but stereotypically considered more of a masculine. So they're both really strong. And then Artisan kind of is going off in a totally other direction. So yeah, a big mixture of things. Go ahead, Susy.
Hey, Sara. When Dr. Aubrey or Laureli was talking about how you didn't feel grounded or scattered, I wrote that you feel very scattered. And talking about the two halves of yourself, it could be not just masculine and feminine, but I felt, and when Dr. Aubrey talked about the big space in your heart, that's when I clued in on you have a star family that you have split away from. It's not extraterrestrial and the boo sort of thing. These are beings of light of the universe who come through. It feels to me they're coming forward and they are more multidimensional. So this is your first incarnation in a human body from the multidimensional universe, which can contribute to you feeling so out of whack with everything. We want you to understand that you are not alone. And if you choose to stay with us as part of this particular soul family, that would be great. There is other soul family out there. Star family, your star family, I don't know the name. They're multidimensional. But you could go into meditation. And actually, I have a meditation about meeting your star family. And you could go into a meditation and communicate with them. If you're not comfortable doing it through meditation, like with your spirit guides, you can ask for a sign, set up a sign that you want your star family to show you. And they want to reconnect with you. You chose this and it was like they felt you weren't ready to go and physicalize here on earth, but you said, no, I can do it. And you were very adamant. That's part of where the anger is coming from, is because you wanted to show them, because you felt as your star being that you had something to prove. What I ask you to do is to just take this one step at a time. Pick something that you want to look at and work on and take one step at a time. Calling on your star family, background, you can work on releasing judgment over whether you get it done right. You are new in a human body, and trying to do these physical things is a challenge for someone who has been multidimensional for so long. Yeah, and working on the balance is being able to dovetail or to whatever kind of join that is, but you're working on bringing them together. You're not trying to, it doesn't feel like it's going to be all mashed up, anything like that, but it is being able to have these pieces fit into place so that you can navigate this journey that you are on. yeah, they keep saying you're not alone. You've got the support one step at a time. Thanks.
Thanks, Susie. And I know Cara has something to share. She's taken her puppy out for another moment. Her young puppy just needed to go outside. So let's see if she's going to be able to come back pretty soon or yeah. Oh, great.
Sorry.
Perfect. Thanks for taking care of your dog. It's all okay.
Yes, he doesn't even bark. He just like looks at you and you have to like know like that means he's got to go, and he's making himself known here. Yes, he's like super tiny. So thank you. Okay, missed what the last couple people said, so I might be a little bit in the dark, but some of what's coming through Sara, with your chart is just, I mean, and it sounds like you know astrology, you know about your moon opposite Pluto. There's so much creativity. I messaged Laureli and said, yes, she definitely has artisan because, as you know, Taurus rising, Venus is your ruler. And interestingly, Venus is about to change signs tomorrow. Do you track the movements of Venus at all? Are you aware of her movements and sign changes and how it affects your—
I do. I do, but I guess like once it leaves Libra, I kind of stop paying attention, like in transit wise, since mine is in Libra. But so I know that mine has progressed to Scorpio 0 degrees, like that just happened recently. Okay. So I mean, that's what I'm aware of.
Yeah, well, right now, I mean, there's so much in Libra right now, right? So your Venus is in Libra. So right now, your Venus, which relates to our wealth and how we feel about ourselves and how we earn our wealth. Venus is getting a lot of attention right now because the sun is right there on your Venus, Mars is right there on your Venus. So the fact that you wanted to talk a bit about money makes sense because there's a lot stimulating that part of your chart right now. And it's even more important because, Venus is the ruler of your chart. So I almost get the sense that there's, from this and something else, that there's something that you're planning to take action on, needing to take action on. It feels like there's almost an imminent decision coming. Is that accurate?
I was honestly like Neptune opposition. I'm under a Neptune opposition transit, and I was deceived, and I invested in I have injuries from a car accident, and I won some money, and I met somebody at a time when I was like, getting evicted, and like I didn't want to use that money because I wanted to make that money grow to where I can buy a house or something. So long story short, it's more like a Ponzi scheme. And I did talk to FBI. They're already aware of him, but I don't know what they're doing, and I can't afford a lawyer. And I've just been, I talk to the guy every day, like he knows I want my money back, but he just makes excuses for why. And my action that I want to take is just to drive to his house and beat his ass. Honestly, like my anger, like, oh, what do I want to do? I want to drive all the way to West Covina. Like, what? Like, yeah. I don't know what else to do, but physically, I just want to, that's all I can do. I feel like I cannot afford the legal way. And I don't know, I guess. I'm trying not to make the bad decision, That's kind of why I wanted to talk, because I was like, if I can't talk to anybody today, I might just drive over there. I don't really know. I don't know. And I think that's wrong, but I just don't know what else. I have to do something, I'm not like a standstill.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Aries moon, a fighter, but you're also in a very creative position. So it's like there's more to it than just being a fighter as an Aries moon. There's a lot more. But moon opposite Pluto, right? I mean, you're up against other people's abuse of power. Like you are built to, and that's probably where the king comes in, Laureli. You are built to challenge power, to people who are abusing power in some way. And of course, Neptune, your transit of Neptune opposite the sun, it's like you couldn't see the whole picture of what was coming in. And it also makes it really hard to know what to do. So you got a real tough transit with very slow moving Neptune opposing your sun. But I'm looking at this as, I'm so sorry, my dog is growling. It's like activating that fight for justice in you and in your chart, and it feels really important. I'm not saying go over there and do something crazy, right? But it's
right.
Yeah, but it's part of your life story to be in situations like this where you're having to take powerful action against someone who has been not forthright or has been abusive or harmed you in some way, and you're like built for that, like you have the skills to stand up to that. So I'm sorry that you're going through that. It sounds absolutely terrible. But pay, you know, this is obviously a much bigger conversation than we necessarily have time for right now, but Venus, and this is for everybody, Venus right now is in Scorpio. And Venus is really important because we got a lot of planets in Libra, and Venus rules Libra. So basically, Venus in Scorpio is like showing us the underbelly of relationships, all the deep, dark stuff that we don't always want to look at, right? And it could even be like the secrets of the money and the stuff, and I'm not sure how long it's been going on. But tomorrow, Venus moves into Sagittarius. So all of a sudden, the energy shifts in a big way for all of us tomorrow, because now the planet that's in charge of all these other planets is getting a new energy, right? It's looking at the big picture. It's seen the underbelly. It's got figured out some of the challenges and some of the promises, and starts going into kind of big picture looking at things. So I think that's something that's going to be helpful to you. Sara, is just the energy is going to shift in a big way, and being the ruler of your chart, it's especially significant. And I think it's going to give you some of the power to be able to like stand up, because it's now going to start to activate your 8th house, your 8th sign, by moving into Sag.
So
I hope so.
you have more. I know there's something else I want to share. Go ahead, both of you.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So I used to work at a law firm, and I'm kind of a practical grounded. I have those kind of traits. So if it's a financial issue like this, a Ponzi scheme, there are a number of attorneys that will get paid by contingency. So they don't get paid until you win.
I tried to find that, but they said that because they don't think they'll get money, that's why I wasn't finding anybody, but.
Well, so I just put some in the chat. I know you're on phone probably, so you can't get to the chat easily, but those are just examples of the links. So the things to look up are contingency lawyer Ponzi scheme. So that's where I got several of them. So, I mean, here's another one. I just, I definitely want to like vet them a little bit and make sure that they seem okay, but there are probably some good attorneys that will do this.
Yeah.
So you may have
so
looked
crazy.
enough, but I just
like, I feel like, you know, I have intuition, and it also, but it makes me doubt my own abilities. Like why would I not be able to tell that this person is so crazy? Like this is the most insane thing ever.
A couple things. So priestess, the talent that you have. So they see people's potential and possibility. And so, right, so this is where things are now, and this is where things could be. And so while you see that potential possibility, the trick is to be able to learn to notice, to discern the difference between the potential and where someone is now. Like you have a lot of gifts.
Yeah.
You have a lot of gifts at being able to feel people emotionally. And I feel like this, again, it goes back to your past trauma and your, right. So people didn't, in your past, people didn't support you to stay connected to your body and to use your resources to discern. And you're needing to reclaim your power in that way and know your safety in your body.
I could add too, Sara, you also have your Mars and its connection with Uranus and Neptune could make someone act somewhat impulsively at times, even though you have a strong Mercury and you think things through and all of that. Sometimes you just I would imagine, get that sense of like, I gotta go, I gotta do this thing, and it can start happening really, really fast. So I'm wondering if that might be part of the story too, of like acting on instinct, which are normally quite good. But this time it just was a little different story.
I was saying that you don't have the talents that are about doing research. It's really all about trusting your intuition and your gut. Those are the big things for you. Right? Not about thinking it through.
But now I don't trust my gut anymore. I don't know. Now I have to consult people, and of course, you know, there's just not, I can't really do that.
Yeah, we can't do it all in this call. I know Susy's got something else to share too, but so what I do when I look at people's eyes is I look to see what the patterns are. So it's possible that this person their eyes are very similar to someone that didn't honor you in the past. And when we see the same eyes, our body goes back into the same trauma response unless we've done a lot to heal that. And so it may be particular types of eyes you're more susceptible to also. And oh, someone mentioned, River mentioned, the state bar can refer you to someone that could work with you on contingency. So reaching out to the state bar too. So it's choosing the good resources who will bring you the resources you need, like not doing the research to find it yourself. Like everyone's agreeing about this. Susie, go ahead a little bit more.
I would just like to add one more thing, Sarah, is that Ponzi scheme people who are out to swindle others out of their funds, this is what they do. It's not a reflection on you. They saw your pattern, they understood you, and they took advantage of that. So this is not on you. This is not, I wouldn't blame you, because that's their job, is to swindle others. They are well trained in that. They learn what to find. So
Yeah, unfortunately,
call
that's
the state
true.
bar. Find somebody who will help you. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
And River says they are the worst kind of readers, and you're right. Someone who would take your money. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And I will say too, if I can, Sarah, so you have Sun square Neptune in your natal chart. So this
that's why I wasn't worried about it. Like for some reason, in a weird way, I was like, oh well, something I thought, I don't know, I just didn't think of it. I don't know. I guess.
Well, what's significant?
I wasn't worried.
Yeah, well, what's significant about this is that, and this gets into a little bit too much astrology to really get into it, but this, when you have the Sun square Neptune, it says Sun and Neptune are going to be very important, right? And so now you have by transit Neptune opposite your Sun, so it's like triggering a very significant experience that is like integral to who you are and what you're here to learn as a soul. So this is like, ground zero, like big stuff that you're learning. And this is like the first test since you were born of Neptune, like doing this, making this shift into the opposition. So you could dig into it a little bit more and work with Neptune and learn more about Neptune and all of that. That might be helpful too. But certainly Neptune can make people not be able to see reality, not see the truth. And not everybody's going to experience it in that way of having it in such a significant space as it is for you.
And Dr. Aubrey, there was something else you wanted to share briefly, is that?
Very briefly, when a fourth chakra comes in as your strength, sometimes the bad stuff happens to you in order to make you dependent on others so that you can go find your tribe. It isn't because your intuition didn't work, it's because an event needs to grow you into connecting so that you can evolve at that next level.
Well, thank you, Sarah. Thank you for staying. And thanks for sharing how important it was that you get in here tonight so we could change the order up now.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right, Cheryl. And I got to clear my throat. All right, let's bring Cheryl up here.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
And my name's and I'm Charlotte.
Great. And Cara's got your info. I know that. And like you, I have a little bit of the notes, but maybe could you say again, what is your question? And oh, and you have a bunch of questions about an animal. So I don't know for certain if we can definitely address it tonight. Let's see what we can do.
And that's okay, because I know that lady went to bed or whatever because I have a little dog named Coco, and she has had this coughing thing for a while, and we've gone to several vets and nobody can figure it out. And I just thought maybe she would know, but if she's gone to bed, that's okay.
Yeah, I know that, let's see, I'm trying to think. I don't think I know clearly if Donna's coming, if Donna said she could come on Sunday. Let me go back through the notes and see if I can check. So are you able to make it on Sunday at 4 by any chance, 4 p.m. Pacific time?
I'm not sure, but certainly I may be able to. That would be great.
Because that would, if you want, I can hold it to then and I'll refund you if you can't come on Sunday. If we don't have the right practitioners and you can't come, and I can refund you then. It's up to you.
That's okay. We'll do something different now. I'm excited to get to talk to these ladies now because it was so nice of you all to stay late. And I have my across the street neighbor sent me this link today, and I've been blown away by what you all have been talking about and how brilliant. And I mean, this is like such a cool conversation. I guess 4 years ago, all this kind of stuff started coming up, and with rocks and crystals and all this intuitive stuff. And it's been quite a wild ride, and it's fun to sit here and listen to people that seem more educated about it than I am. But my medical thing that I wanted to ask about has to do with I have had this high blood pressure and I can't seem to get it down, and I got the COVID shots, and I have been having this weird sensation in my chest, and I feel stupid asking this after all this cool information that you guys have been giving, but because I feel like I should have much better questions for you. But really, this was supposed to be about medical stuff, and you all seem really brilliant. So I am excited to hear what you may have to say about that.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for waiting and letting Sarah go first also.
No problem.
Appreciate
No
that.
problem. It sounded like she needed to.
Great. All right, let's see when someone's ready. Well, maybe I'll say a simple thing too while they're all checking in, and all of a sudden the rain is coming really hard right now. You seem like someone who loves to learn.
Mm-hmm.
So one of your talents is scholar. It's about absorbing information to build knowledge and share knowledge. Scholars grow to be intuitive knowers. And so what that has me, without overthinking, what's your sense of what it's about? Maybe you already know. And you're not listening to yourself.
Okay. Okay, I guess I don't know. My dad has been sick, and just trying to show up for him and be present for him has been a blessing to be able to do that, but it's also very difficult.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry.
Please don't be sorry. And like, chest is the location of sadness in our body, right? And so it just sounds like a lot of grief that you're feeling too. So some of what's happening may be emotional.
Okay.
No, and you might be fighting it back and not wanting to feel it some, and that might be part of what the pressure is. Like, it's really just wanting to come through.
Okay.
You're crying right now is really good.
Well, you're very sweet. Thank you.
So Susie's got something. Go ahead, Susy.
Yeah, Charlotte, this is absolutely a safe space in which to have these emotions. Okay, this is so safe and we get it. I understand having a loved one who is ill. My younger sister is going through a lot of stuff now, and to hold that space for her so that she can feel her feels. There are
Yes.
times it's like, oh my gosh, and you wonder where yours are going. Okay, so what I ask of you is to do something that takes care of yourself. I did it yesterday. She had a really bad day, and I told my family, it's like, y'all, I'm off the grid for a few hours. And when I went off, I saw my massage therapist, and I took myself to a kind of Chinese buffet, but I still had this time. Even though she called, I was able to go, I can't do it right now. So you have your container, as my massage therapist put it, you have your container that you provided, and it is full. So being able to cry, it allows you to process these emotions, and it will, oh my gosh, I'm really feeling it in your chest. Okay. It will allow you to release this sadness. Okay. So that you can be more present for your dad. Okay. I also, as soon as you came on, it's like you've got this feminine energy behind you that is just so lively, I think.
Oh.
And she's just like, and having a grand old time. She's asking you, no, that's the way I would say it. How would you say it? She's saying, lighten up.
lighten.
I know that's not very sensitive. I apologize, but she is asking you to do something to allow yourself to express these emotions, whether it's writing, going out into the woods, just walking. I work through a lot of emotion when I just walk. I got a parking lot here. I'll make 4 or 5 round turns around, but that physicality works through these emotions and allows them to release. You've got to cut yourself some slack. I understand there's fear because dad is sick and you can't fix it because he took care of you all this time. And you should be able to. Please don't beat yourself up with the shoulds. Those are the ones that are going to really set you and put you down a spiral. And this, I don't know if she's a grandmother behind you or what, but she's pretty sprightly. She's old, but she is really sprightly, and she just wants you to feel some more joy, and she will help you with it. Uh, I, she's showing me an apron. Do you cook? Do you bake?
Actually, no,
Well, she
I
said
do
that's all right.
not.
You don't have to, but finding something that brings you joy. The baking brought her joy. She could also
Okay.
she made bread and she could beat the crap out of it, and all those people who bugged her. So doing something that brings you joy, and that's part of the joy, is to take that journey to find those things. So learn, find things. If it works, great, and if it doesn't, move on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Aubrey.
Hi, Charlotte.
Hi, Dr. Aubrey. You've been so sweet.
Thank you.
All night to everybody.
Well, we'll see. I got a couple things. Actually, I got a little bit on Coco, if you'd like that.
Great.
I don't know what's happening. Maybe the other ones are stepping in. I did get that she has an environmental allergy or an environmental toxicity, and it felt like dust or mold to me. And it did feel like she might be reflecting that you have it seemed like you have an allergy to something environmental. So you might look at whatever your allergy is, if she is trying to reflect that to you somehow. I also felt she might be slightly overweight. I don't know if she is.
Yes, she is.
Yes. And so I felt that a little bit of pressure and fluid was coming back on her from that being a little too much on the weight. And so they did give me, for you on your hypertension, they just yelled exercise in my head. So I will just also agree with everyone saying go. And I don't think it's exercise like go exercise because it's good for you. It feels to me like I just think you might love it, like love it. And so go. They gave me kind of weird things here. 8. The main strange one for your heart, the blood pressure was, they said you're disconnected from the earth and in particular from the nature beings and you need to go and reconnect with nature. Like I kind of felt like the nature spirits. So I don't know what that would be, but nature probably would be an easy start. And they gave me that you had, this is an ancestral pattern. When Susy was talking, I was having a ball because they said, we just have a huge heart. She has a huge heart and she needs to love people and she needs to feed people. And so I don't showing you the apron, but I heard love people and feed people. So I don't know if you have to make the food, but apparently you might want to pass it along. And then the post-vaccine sensation was different for me. I did get, there's a genetic component on that. There's a musculoskeletal component and there's a nutritional component. So that's complicated. But they did give me coffee. So you might want to think about whether or not there was are you on coffee? Do you need coffee? Do you not do coffee? Like where are we at on coffee?
I have never drank coffee. I don't like coffee.
Okay. Was there any reason or that was just didn't like the taste of it? Yeah. So I'm not sure. Sometimes when they just say coffee, it might mean that the genetic pathways may have something to do around the liver markers or something like that. There is, if you ever need to talk to a human about this, there is a whole, they've worked up all the genetic mutations for COVID. Their SNPs are all done and you can get it through the internet. There's a Sterling's app, it's called, that will give that to you. I could put it in the chat if you want, but you'd have to do either a 23andMe or an Ancestry.com, some way to get your data. And then you can put your genetic data in and get a COVID readout. And that might give you some very specific guidance on for you why maybe the transcriptase weren't working or something, so that you can support that section. That's a little bit deeper dive. Sorry, they did get, but I think that the exercise may help musculoskeletal. I honestly feel like you either have a rib head out. It feels like maybe like T6 or 7 on that left side. It's like right behind your heart chakra, right? So, and it feels like it might be putting some pressure up into the scalenes here and causing that to kind of be, so,
okay.
Yeah. And then I'm not even going to start on nutrition, but your water probably would be good. Your strength is chakra 1, so stay connected to your dad, your family of origin. Your ancestry is going to help you, and probably take action steps like go and eat the right food and go and exercise is the strength there.
Thank you very much.
Cara.
Hi, Charlotte.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Glad you're here.
Thank you. I'm glad you're here.
Well, when we look at the medical astrology chart, we're looking at planets and we're looking at signs, but every sign has an element associated with it. So fire, earth, air, water, right? And some of us have an equal amount of, a balance of those elements, and some of us have a predominance. You are fire, my dear. You have so much fire in your chart, and fire can increase the blood pressure, right? So you have so many planets in fire, and you have what's called a grand trine in fire, which can make energy. It's just mathematical relationship of where planets are, and it can make energy like circle around and hard to get off the loop. So this fire energy that kind of you're having a hard time like finding an intervention for it makes sense. It makes sense that it's a hard thing to work with. There's some things that you can do that are not just medical, but this is just like creating some more balance in yourself with the elements. So water is non-existent in your chart, and water is the element that we associate with the intuitive side, the emotional side, the in some cases like the spiritual realms. So actually doing stuff like this, like your friend or your neighbor who was like, go to this, I mean, she's actually giving you some water energy that's very, very, very helpful. So engaging in activities that are a little more reflective, a little more yin, nurturing, not just like go, 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 because you probably are constantly accomplishing things, making things happen, initiating things. These are just, simple things that you can start to do. It might feel a little foreign, but finding ways to bring in more of the yin feminine energies could actually have a significant impact on your blood pressure. So, and I'm even thinking of like, do you swim? Do you like swimming? Being in water, just being in that, putting yourself in an environment, taking baths, that it puts you in touch with that element could have a really helpful component as well.
Well, I guess we moved 3 years ago. We bought a new farm and we have a pool. And it's funny that you say that, because when we first moved here, my husband loved to go in the pool and he would be kicked back in the pool. And I was like, I like looking at the pool, but I didn't really I felt like I'm wasting time to go in the pool. And it took me really 2 years to get where I could go in the pool and be feeling like I should not have been doing something else when I was in the pool. And now sometimes when I get really tight, I will go just sort of float around in the pool, and it's very cathartic. And somebody had written down here about a garden, and I had a huge garden at our old farm. We have horses, and I travel. The ironic piece is I travel around the country teaching people about relaxation and confidence building for their horses and how to turn on parasympathetic nervous system and them and their horses, and do like all this crazy, cool, weird, intuitive stuff with the horses. but we had this beautiful garden at the old farm, and at the new farm we have red clay, and it was terrible. And so we sold some stock, and I'd drawn a picture for a garden and had a company come in and put the beds in, and then we filled them up, and we have like this crazy wild, lots of colors, fun garden. So whoever was saying to garden, like we have a killer garden around this pool, but it really is sort of fun. All the stuff that you all are saying is really interesting. I guess the exercise piece, of course, we have 20 horses and all this stuff, but I end up spending a ton of time on the computer answering everybody's questions, and everybody's got all the, you can't be in enough places at one time, and everybody's got a problem, and can't you come to New York, and can't you come to here, and can't you go to there, and you can't ever solve everybody's problems. And that's a little, I want to help people, you want to solve their problems, but there are only so many days in the year. I've got 3 days that aren't booked till the first of the year. So it's when you say we go, like really everything, I've 3 days in December that I have not got booked to go help people. So
yeah, I believe you. So even in the midst of this crazy schedule, if you can grab 5 minutes here to just do some deep breathing, to do some meditation, to hop in the pool, whatever it may be, anything that feels calming, cooling, quieting, these are things that are going to help your health in a significant way. Not only do you have all this fire energy and this grand trine in fire, you were born in the afternoon, so the sun is up high, so it's very hot. And then Mars is right next door, which makes it even hotter. So you're just so hot. And it's great. It gives you so many gifts and skills, of course. And grand trines are some of our giftedness, but on the medical side, it can make it challenging to get off the hamster wheel of the high blood pressure and all the heat that's in your body. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of things, I'm sure maybe other practitioners have ideas of like cooling types of things, but calm, quiet, cool, watery activities would be fantastic.
Thank you.
If I could have another minute, Laureli, sorry, I know I talked too much already.
Go ahead if you need to fit in a little teeny bit more. Yeah, we may have 2 more people to do everyone, so that's why I'm just.
Oh, we do. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Charlotte was last. Your dad, you mentioned your dad and his health problems. A planet that brings health challenges and just challenges in general is activating your dad's zone. So the fact that that's been a really big part of your life, and it can really make you feel like your energy is incredibly low, and it's just like all this stuff pouring in terms of what other people need from you, what other people have going on. And there's some eclipses that have really been making big changes in your life too. So I just wanted to say that, honor that, like what you're going through. I can see some of that in the chart. And I think these eclipses are kind of waking you up in some way, helping you show up in a little different way in the coming years. So just put that out there.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. Y'all are so amazing. And thank you for having this.
Welcome.
All of us appreciate it.
You're so welcome. And I was going to mention too, in terms of, maybe the same of what Cara was saying in terms of cooling or flow, but so like walking meditation, you probably don't like to be still. So walking meditation would be better for you.
Okay, I guess I need to look up how you would do that.
It can just be just a very slow, simple, well, not slow, but moving meditation where you aim to get into just a flow of your body. So you're clearing your mind and just a flow of the movement and really feeling that. Susy's got something to share too. So that's a way of when it's a moving person and so much energy, it's a way of getting into a meditation that isn't like so shutting down or closing off that it feels so squelching. Susie.
Thank you.
So Charlotte, the last thing is I know there is Eastern medicine that has cooling and warming foods, and I think it's Ayurveda has got cooling foods. So I would look at that, and what comes to mind would be cucumbers and something like that. That's the extent of my knowledge about Ayurveda.
So Ayurveda, yeah. So there are
Ayurveda.
probably Ayurveda. There are probably apps and things. It's diagnosed through the tongue. So there are 3 different types. I don't know, pitta, something, but I don't remember. But so yeah, and there's certain foods that are yeah, for each of those to balance things.
Wow, I never even heard of that. I will have to Google that word.
All sorts of research. I was going to go look up and get a link for you. I can put a link in the chat too, just of something. And I've actually,
thank you.
I have a colleague who does Vedic astrology and does Ayurveda stuff. And like, so anyway, there's all kinds of ways of linking this stuff together. All right,
thank you.
Yeah. If you do, you want to share really briefly, Dr. Aubrey? Do you want to say? Go ahead. I know we got to get to other questions. Go ahead.
I'm just dangerous with Ayurveda, but you know, the pittas actually, they need to eat on a regular schedule. They need to poop early in the morning, and they need to exercise, and they need to not have stimulants, right? Not too many stimulants. So you want kind of, you can have spicy foods that a little, but you need to not too much stimulants.
Okay,
and
so the Red Bull Blue.
So important, sleep. Yeah, but go play with your horses and go do dirt therapy. Oh my gosh.
Cara's mentioning.
Yeah, and your vegetables, eat them.
Thank you.
Cara's mentioning Chinese medicine and certain herbs and foods and things like that. And there's a book, Paul Pritchford, on energetics of food. So yeah, lots of different ideas.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thanks so much for your support of us tonight, your appreciation of us, and your collaboration tonight.
Y'all are awesome. I so appreciate it.
You're very welcome. All right, let's see. So we've got 2 other people that are here that are in line. So Arby or River and Leah. So River, Arby, do you want to go now? And if I've forgotten someone else that is here that is in line, I think those are the 2 that I see. River, Arby. If you're available, if you want to go.
They're writing that they can text, not talk.
You can text what your question is as long as you can hear us answer. Sounds like you can. All right, we have a text coming in. Your question is, and let's see, you provided your birth date info, so you know you have that, Cara, right? Okay, great. So a question coming, and we will read that out. So everyone knows it's getting typed right now. Yeah, Cara made a comment up there too about that was Carl or Charles that was just here. Charles that was just here. Sorry, Charles. That her energy is probably why she doesn't need coffee, and I totally was thinking about that too. All right, so River says, my friend Pete passed on last Sunday. Am I to do something for his wife? Yeah. And yeah, so, and Dr. Aubrey too, we'll have you go as soon as you're ready and also share your contact info and all that. Have to go soon. Yeah, so there's River's question. Oh yeah, that's right. And there's more that you sent earlier. I can read off a little bit of what you said earlier too. Let me see. So you said, yeah, I just had a friend transition over. Does anyone have any messages for me or for his wife? Second question, I've been considering going back to my energy body work business. Is this a good time? Is this the right path? Susie, if you're ready, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Thanks for your patience, River. You said his name was Peter. He called, yeah. I'm getting caught up in the text. I need to look back over here. So Pete, he understands his wife is really struggling with this, and he asks that you be there for her. Be there. What do you mean by be there, Pete? He's like, well, check in on her every so often. She doesn't really need food. She's going to be fine there, but to check in on her and ask her if she wants to go out and do something. So whether she needs to go for a walk or go out grocery shopping or something, but offer your company to her. He is going to be there for her, but she is so I'm feeling she's angry about it. Did he die like from illness? Okay. If he died from that, it feels like she's got all kinds of frustration surrounding it. And so just doing the same thing that Charlotte is doing for her father, offer to hold space for her as she is grieving. It's not going to happen quickly. She is still working through the anger that he's gone. And you can just provide human companionship and let her know. As far as the energy healer, this is
There's
a
a
great
message too.
Oh, where?
She's trying to transition herself. She just got told her cancer is back.
That's when I want to cuss. Okay, I'm going to have to think on that one for a bit, but what I can do with the energy healing business, yes, please. Go and do it. Start it again, and you can start working with his wife. Her cancer is back. I'm going to have to, if I can, circle back around to that and let the other practitioners talk, because
Yeah, you can.
that pretty much just ripped the rug out from under me. Yeah. Yes, start your energy healing again, please. This is a great time to do it, the perfect time.
Yeah, River, and it's perfect timing if you want to be with people in person. We have a fair in November in Portland. Dr. Aubrey, go ahead.
Hi, River. I don't have a lot. The main thing I heard from your guides was trust yourself. Trust yourself. I felt a lot of kind of unbalancing trauma through the neck and back of the throat, and I couldn't connect to Pete. I'm not the world's best medium, but it felt to me like this situation feels actually fairly harsh to me. And if you are a very empathic person, I would like you to keep that in mind, that you feel like you have a strong ability through your heart to heal. Like you have an incredible heart. So I know, trust yourself on what you can and can't handle and what is appropriate healing for you to do and not to do. Please take or leave this, but my sense is she is passing. They're trying to tell me she's passing, or she's transitioning, is very likely. So I can't, like I said, I can't feel Pete. It felt almost like he was in limbo or in an in-between for me. And I'm not sure if I was feeling her or him now because I didn't know she was in that state. So let's see if I can get the wife more. No, I think probably my team is just saying, stay in your heart, stay in the center, passionate, strong, resilient part of your heart. And you need to be what I call grounded in the sacred. Like you lock into the sacred. You don't come out of that for any reason. So you stay in line. You stay with your guidance, and you don't falter if you're going to go in. I think that would be my guidance.
Yeah, and she's had some notes in the chat as you were sharing, and but it is a very harsh situation, and that his energy has harder edges than hers. And I know, Dr. Aubrey, you have to go soon too. So yeah, if there's anything else you want to share, but yeah, so Dr. Aubrey, maybe could you just share again your name and your just all the different modalities that you practice and how people can reach out to you if they want to connect.
Okay. Hi, Aubrey Wallace. I am a naturopathic physician in Snohomish, and I do a medical intuitive online and in person, mostly online. I also have a medical intuitive membership that I do, so you can have a monthly membership of always having a medical intuitive. And then actually I also do live blood analysis and cranial sacral therapy in Snohomish. So those are my modalities. I did offer a discount through Laureli. I think she's going to offer that to people, I hope, just for the medical intuitive. I will honor that discount for ancestral healing sessions if that's, there was a lot of ancestral stuff.
Yeah, so she's in Snohomish, which is on the north side of Seattle.
Yes. So that's me, draubreywallace.com. And thank you so much for letting me participate with such amazing people. I'm really grateful to be here.
Yeah, and it's in the chat. It's 33% off for that special. Yeah, thank you so much. It's been lovely having you here. I don't know, I can't, have you been on a panel before? Or is this your first one with us? You've been on.
This is the first one with you guys. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, it's been lovely having you here. Thank you.
Thank
Look
you.
forward to seeing you on Sunday.
Yes, I'll be there. Thanks.
Great. All right, let's see. I know Susie's got maybe a little bit more, but Cara may be ready to river. So let's.
Just real quickly, River, it would be to use the energy healing to help her.
But it sounds like it's to ease her journey, not to
Yeah.
heal her. It's just to ease.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
process.
it's not to heal her, but the energy healing we all know happens in so many different ways. So we're not talking a physical healing, we're talking our soul healing.
And then Susie, if I can ask, is he could tell that she was going to be leaving, so that's why he's not fully gone yet, and she's collapsing, which is part of why she's leaving so quickly.
Yeah, they're very close, and so they're working together. And he's there because he knows how angry she is about it, and he wants to be the one who catches her, so to speak, so that she can let him know, and then they can heal there and move forward from there.
Thanks, Susie. All right, go ahead, Cara.
Hey, River. I'm so sorry to hear about your friend. Oh, there you are. Okay, now I can see you. Yes, I can tell you're somebody who really values your friendships too. Somebody who is very dependable and steady and sturdy and takes your commitment seriously. And I mean, anyone that loses someone, of course, is it's hard, but I can especially see just that depth of relationship and care that you have for the people that you love. And there were some significant transits on Sunday when Pete passed that just show how deep of a wound his loss is to you. And I just want to say that and honor that. Some transits that we sometimes see when we lose someone, particularly through death, we're showing up in several ways. In terms of what to do for his wife, I didn't necessarily see in the chart something that was jumping out at me, but you're a very intuitive, connected person. I'm sure you're already in communication with Pete or reaching out. I can see that you have a real gift to be able to communicate beyond realms. So I have no doubt that you'll get the messages that you need so that you feel like you're really honoring his wife and honoring his spirit too. In terms of your work as an energy worker, you're also a teacher. And I'm wondering if perhaps that's an area of your business that could be invested in more. And you can, have students and you can share your techniques and share mediumship definitely is a potential too, to be able to really call in that energy and teach about. So I'd be curious, maybe you can put in the chat if you're considering that, doing more teaching. No? Well, you're so gifted at it, and I don't know why, there might be plenty of reasons why not to do it, but Moon in Gemini, natural teacher, Moon in Gemini in the 12th house, teaching about things of the spiritual, of the other realms. You've got a strong Mercury, just saying. It's one option, one way of using your gifts, but it has to resonate, of course, resonate with you, but certainly I wouldn't want to see your gifts be on the back burner. Whatever feels right, however it feels right for you to invest in them, I certainly would. Oh, a friend of 25 years, I see that now. Yeah, very good friend.
It looks like River's writing something else too. It hasn't come through yet, River, if you wrote us something. Yeah, hit return, make sure it goes through. I appreciate River's playfulness come through as she sits there chewing on her tongue and she's writing. Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you, River. We look forward to you playing in the energy space with us more. All right, let's see. Leah, you are still here. Did you want to come up now? Do you want to wait until Sunday? What would you like to do?
I could talk now if you guys are
Yeah,
available.
sure. Do you want to turn on your video and then we'll put you up there in the spotlight?
Try to do that. It's kind of after midnight where I am, and we're all kind of like, you know, after
And
a
there,
long day.
and you all, there might be Leah and someone else might be part of the question.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. It's me and my husband.
Video's not.
Yeah.
Okay. Aha.
Am I here?
There we go. We got you now.
Oh, here I am. So my husband and I have had like cyclical sort of what am I trying to say? Like debilitating health issues. Basically, he'll get back pains that like, you know, totally throw him off. I'll get psoriasis, which has been manifesting lately cyclically with breastfeeding. You know, so I get like cracks and, you know, very painful. So, you know, I'll end up totally enmeshed in trying to fix myself. He'll get debilitated. I'm like trying to heal him. I end up getting completely worn out from that, energy drained. And all of this has been distracting us from our work lives, from abundance, from like, you know, just kind of moving forward in life. It feels like we just keep going around in circles, trying things on a physical level and energetic level, and kind of like moving a little forward and then a little backward. And we've been in this cycle for a few years. So I'm just trying to figure out what is, you know, if there's something underlying all of this that is preventing us from just getting past all this already and being able to move forward.
Okay, great. And I think you sent, oh yeah, you sent both information for you and for your husband. Okay, great. So Cara's got both of those. Oh, great. Yeah. Well, a little bit I can start to share as we're, I haven't seen his photo, but I can say for you.
He's like, oh, we got him.
You turn the, so I can see him for a moment?
Yeah. Hi. Come. I got kids in the room. You know. Trying to keep them
Oh,
busy.
okay, good, good. Well, you're a really good couple. So that's one thing. Your eyes have a lot of similarities. So you both just a lot of creativity. Just so like because you're both very sensitive to energy. So your attention like flowing out all around. So lots of different ideas. Yeah,
That's part of
spaciousness.
like, I'll
What's
see a
that?
whole. That's part of the problem is I'll see a whole picture and I'm like, oh my gosh, which thing do I work on? Like which aspect of our health do I work on? I can't focus.
Well,
You know?
you both feel emotions deeply. I think that you have a tendency, Leah, to be a little harder, harsher on yourself, like a little more critical and perfectionistic. And I'm really concerned about whether you're good enough, whether you're doing good enough in the world. And so I think your husband writes some of that, but it's a little bit directed more outwards. I don't think you, sorry, I don't know your name. You don't direct it inwards at yourself so much. You have strong opinions sometimes. It's great. I'm trying to see the other eyes that are coming in here. And great. So,
yeah, exactly.
yeah. And then you both love learning and understanding. So just lots of new ideas and spaciousness but yeah, sensitivity to energy. And it looks like the child that I saw there has some sensitivity and awareness to all that too. You know, a little bit more. Oh yeah, and huge heart.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, great. And then so, oh goodness. So I think anything that in your physical space that affects your energy. And so I would get really, really caring about everything in your space. So any chemicals, any artificial, anything you've changed in the house and anything that can get off gassing, like be so careful about anything in your space. That's a really, really big thing. And yeah, so like the phones and like the electronics from the phones, all these things. And Leah, you even more so than your husband. So that's
well, he's the tech guy, and like he's all on that. And I'm like, you know, electromagnetically sensitive. So like this is something we've been considering, is like, should we move to a different space where like I can have more space away from his, you know, internet, and like we're just in this like weird kind of catch-22 dynamic where it's like the health issues keep pulling us back. So we can't focus on that stuff. But if we can, you know, focus on that stuff, then we'll be able to deal with the health issues. Like,
do you own space? Oh, go ahead.
I used to work at Apple for 12 years, and I managed to leave right before the pandemic and doing my own business, teaching people how to use technology and stuff. So I need certain supplies. So I have the basement. Sometimes I just feel like there's something like weird chemically with the basement.
There are mice down there. It's mice.
Right. And she has the art room that's upstairs in the attic area. And I keep getting this feeling that we're supposed to move to a different house, but it's tough.
But again, the health issues, we're investing so much in trying to fix our bodies that like we're not in a great financial space. Like, you know, catch-22.
Yeah, we're going
it's driving us nuts.
Infinite loop where it's like the abundance, we can't afford the mortgage, we can't afford just even having the discussion of can we afford to go into pay for tonight was discussion back and forth.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Where do you live?
Massachusetts.
Oh, yeah, yes, okay. So just give you an example of some woo-woo Portland stuff. So in Portland, there's this this hill in the city, like a hill. It's a taller, but it's a park. And the city once decided that they needed to do acupuncture on the whole city, and so they put a big needle on that hill. So it's just that's a space in town where the energy like is really, really good. I know I'm kind of telling you it's kind of goofy. It's Portland, but like so the point is that for you going out in nature and being in places where the energy is really good. So that's a way of caring for yourself. Think about your art supplies and any of the chemicals in the art supplies. I don't know about this, but there might be a way of putting some lining of something on the ceiling in the basement that will energetically keep more of that energy there. I'm concerned about the sound and the vibration of all of the electronics equipment down there. I just think that all of that really matters to you, to your system.
When we first got married, I mean, I was in the midst of it, but I had a creative block for like 6 years. Like, and now I'm at a point where I've been trying to find, I ended up burnt out. I was like teaching and stuff. So I've been trying to like find my, you know, my niche and career path for a while now, you know, but that's the same thing. It's like, it's ironic because it probably has something along the lines of healing, right? So all of like part of that, but then I'm so distracted with all this, I can't focus on that and get the proper training, which is holding us back from abundance.
I want to encourage you that you don't need training. So part of it is that you have natural gifts artistically and energetically. And I really believe that people don't need training to do the things they're naturally gifted at. So that's one thing. I also just did a better look at her, and I want to say some things about her. So she's really strong and powerful in saying what she wants, and she can be a little demanding of your attention. And so it's important that she get around some other people too. And like, it's really important for you to know that you're good, even if you don't meet everything that she wants, because she's going to have an endless list of what she wants.
Yes, 100% on target.
So it's about her, not about you.
Yeah. Well, I've been feeling that, like, that's part of my concern is like, on the one hand, we're like, we'd be okay, you know, going to get a farm somewhere, you know, in the middle of nowhere, but you know, I'd be concerned about him not having, you know, enough social outlets, and, you know, me too, not having social outlets. So, I mean, I think that's another thing that's kind of been blocking us energetically, is trying to figure that out.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the area where you live and what it's like and some options, but those are the things you can do while you're there. And like, I see you have plants in the house and all that. That's really good. I've been talking for a while. Let's have Susy go and Cara go, and then
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I like listening to Laureli go on it, so that's fine, no worries, because you've got 3 sets of eyes there, and they're amazing eyes, and I don't read eyes. So what I got, I agree with Laureli. There is some chemicals going on there. However, Leah, you were talking about the EMFs there. Now, there are some easy ways to absorb it. There's a stone called shungite that
Yeah,
you could, okay, so you're familiar with it?
we
'Cause
are. And I doused, and I think with that, I kind of wasn't getting so strong. Like we're using these like, they're called harmony pendants, which from what I was
Okay.
testing with the pendulum was kind of, strong for us,
Okay.
stronger, but I never know. I mean, the like 5G and all that just keeps going up. Like,
Yeah, and it could shift. So I would ask you to check into it again. I'm pleased to know you work with pendulums because that will help give you direction. If you would
yeah,
also consider colloidal silver.
yeah,
I get a really strong feeling that Dr. Aubrey could like us go all over about that.
yeah.
Let's see. And the psoriasis you said happened with breastfeeding, and that's like scratching the surface. And just reiterating how I saw what you said. You can see the big picture, and that's accounting for the scattered. What do you work on first? This is a point where you you each can focus on the one thing with you. And as you are working together to solve it, you are setting an example for your children to show what health is. Health is beyond the physical, it is about emotional. So, showing your child what's emotionally healthy when you discuss it and you work through it, that's going to help. That energy she has is incredibly strong. And but it's well balanced with you
Mhm.
two. So
Yeah.
that's a great thing. It's not that wait a minute. Okay. Um Lorelai, is that your question in general? How is it to
Oh, no,
say
no, sorry. I guess like, so Leah, you have a tendency to try to say yes, yes, yes for everything, every request of you. So saying no is going to be really healthy and that will make you healthier.
Yeah.
which is like setting a boundary or saying not right now? I mean, she
Mhm.
doesn't need to see your financial statements, but she can understand that there is a valid reason for it. So
Mhm.
it's that healthy communication, healthy anger, not anger, healthy
Mhm.
communication, healthy exchanges that's going
Mhm.
to help. You feel really balanced. Let's see, what else? Seeing you work through. I'm looking at my notes now.
Mhm.
Shungite and colloidal silver. Yep, I'm out of ideas right now until somebody else talks.
Trying to figure out though if there's a past life component to what I'm dealing with. It feels like there's something energetic because it like keeps coming back. And
Like
I don't know if I'm,
like we keep going to
that
a
might just
chiropractor and
right.
like
And that's helping.
Not
Everything
your
we're doing,
back.
physical stuff that's helping. But like it just seems like there's something energetic that keeps it's like it never fully solves. Like we always kind of, we're eating organic, we're like doing as much like clean stuff as we can, but like there's something energetic.
Do you
fully
cut cords?
I
Do you know how
haven't
to cut cords?
no.
we to some extent, but like probably not as fully as we should. And and with
We've
whom,
tried,
Right.
but like they've gone and they've said, right, exactly. But what happened is when they did it, they said that the cord was so thick that energetically, and we've gone to different people, haven't
Well,
been able to cut it for me.
that's with him. He has a toxic parents.
Okay, and that is something that you will need to do again and again because it is thick and you can chip away at it and you can set that intention like every night. I've got a podcast about cutting cords and that they will come back and you get to say no, just like Laurel, I was talking about setting a boundary with the daughter, set a boundary with these people who are sending out cords to you. It's like, no, no,
Mhm.
and you will need to do it again because you're right, it does go back generationally. There has been a lot of toxicity going there for you. Um,
Mhm.
and you can do it. You can talk to that ancestor. It was a man back there, grandfather. Let's do it real quick, like 5, 6, 7 generations back, who couldn't say no.
Oh my God! Sorry.
That's his side.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's out here.
Okay. So who couldn't say no and then was, I want to say was played. He got
No, that's fun. No, it's funny because I'm getting energetic, like I got some type of intuitive or whatever. So you're pushing buttons right now, which
Okay.
is interesting. A guy named Sathya, essentially the Nazis showed up. He was a little bit crazy or whatever. He ran out the door, and the Nazis are like, "What are you doing?" And they just shot him in the head.
Okay.
But he had some issues too, like, like personal manipulative kind of stuff in his own life. So
Okay.
which
So
carries.
that's a big, I was about to say a big ass cord, which got on the recording anyway, but that's a huge cord to work on and to cut it. He's okay. Forgiveness for me is taking that energy, retrieving my energy from somebody and giving their energy back. And this is a big exchange for you to happen. You can demand the energy back. He's like, well, whatever. And he doesn't see how it's impacting you. So spend some time saying, I demand my energy back from you. And oh, look, here's yours, and take it back. So shifting it back so you're only your energy and it's connected through that cord. You're looking at this from a bunch of different angles, where it's the reclaiming energy and doing the cord, ancestral healing for him. He was so afraid, and it was a relief for him to be shot in the head and to be done with it, because he did not feel he had the energy, he had the wherewithal, he had the nerve, the strength, emotional, psychological, and physical, to fight it. So he said, fine, and just take him now. Forgive him for that and have him cut that cord. He was just, I'm feeling like this, I just couldn't do it. He saw what was happening and he just couldn't fix it. And that literally killed him.
Someone's happening in my back right now. Someone's happening in my back right now.
Spasming? Breathe.
Oh my, someone's happening in my back right now. Oh my God.
Okay, I'll let Cara talk, and I'm going to do energy on you.
And I just want to say too that the try, when you said try implies want to and don't want to. So wanted to cut it, didn't want to cut it. So it's playing with that fear, what the fear is of actually separating it and cutting that cord. Right. So Cara.
Yeah, I just want to give a little space here. Leah's husband, what's your name?
Avram.
Avram?
Avram.
I'm sorry if I might have mispronounced.
R-O-M.
Okay, thank you. Like some other people, if you were here earlier tonight, you have a lot of Pisces energy, which is exactly what we were talking about earlier, of having a very porous aura, porous energy. So this ancestral stuff and whatever else is maybe going on in the home has a little easier access without doing what Susy's doing now and doing some energetics. Super sensitive to energy in several different ways, and probably partly why you're good at technology and some of the other stuff that you do. I was definitely tracking with Laureli when she first started talking about toxins, but I was also wondering if you have spent time overseas, because there's some potential in the chart to have picked up a pathogen while traveling overseas.
Yes. And I was in London once. I was in Israel 3 times. That's all I was allowed to go as a child, because I was basically stuck at home till like almost 28.
Oh, okay.
Wouldn't let me leave the house.
Okay. Well, when I was wondering, it sounds like there's a lot of complexity to all the different ailments that you're having, so this might not be relevant to all of it, but I was wondering if there was some almost like parasitic type of thing that was somehow at play. But what's interesting is that energy can be both in the physical plane or on the psychic plane, right? So there's definitely a parasitic element here of some kind, right, where you're feeling another energy, right, that Susy's working on right now.
Yeah, it's lifting.
Well, we've done work on the parasites, and again, I'm like dowsing. So you know, we've cleared like a lot of different sort of pathogens from our systems, but you know, but I never know if there's anything left in there that I've missed, you know.
Yeah, it feels complex for sure. And you have sorry, the husband's chart, pardon me, I couldn't get your name quite right. I don't want to butcher it. You do have a powerful transit that is impacting health and looking at proper measures and prevention and things to be put in place. And it can certainly, like, you know, bring some big stuff to work through. So I think that's a component here. You have a natural position in your chart to be prone to back aches, and especially sciatica and stuff like that, like in the hips and thighs. So some things are just, we're kind of born with more of a predisposition to certain things. So maybe the energetics are impacting that too, but that's something to be aware of. And actually your chart, Leah, has predisposition to skin conditions and bone conditions. You know, psoriatic arthritis can be a potential with a chart like yours. And so there's like a lot of hormonal stuff that you probably already investigated that is can be relevant to that. But the thing that I feel like, and I think Laureli, you maybe said something and it resonated with what I see in your chart. So Leah, I don't know if you guys know astrology, but your Mars, how you operate, how you do things in the world is in Libra, which cares a lot about the other, the partner. You can make a lot of compromises to keep the peace, right? Whereas your husband, who is has Pisces energy, so kind of go with the flow, but he's also really strong because he's got Mars in Scorpio, which is like, I want to do it my way. So, so you have this energy that, you know, I just want to highlight it because, especially if you have different ideas of how to work with the home and what, you know, like I heard the possibility of moving, just, you know, honoring your different ways of operating and knowing, like, Leah, if you really feel like, hey, we need to make a shift, we need to make a change, like, you know, for you guys to create space for that, because you might have a natural tendency to kind of couch it in something and be like, well, maybe. And
we were just talking about that for coming on tonight. I was like, I went on, I was just going to listen to you guys. And I got this ping, like, wait a minute, I need to ask a question. And I asked him and he's like, no, you don't. And I started, and then I was like, wait a minute. Every time I listen to him, instead of listening to myself, I regret it. So, yeah, no, I'm going,
yeah, good for you. Well, well, one of the things that's helping you right now is that Mars is in Libra, so it's in your element. So you're actually getting a lot of power and energy right now for a few weeks. So that's, you know, so if you're like, hey, we really need to make a change, like you got some good energy behind you to like push that through and be like, hey, let's really talk about this.
Yeah, I've been trying to get him to clean up the basement for, like, you know, years, and it's actually happening right now. Like, good. So I was like, where's it from?
That's cool. And Mars in your natal chart, and Mars right now transiting is in your house of routine and organization. So like the cleaning up the basement. It's like, you kind of can't make this stuff up. The planets are crazy. So anyway, I hope that helps just as you kind of think about it. I wish I had more of a silver bullet for you, but it's a lot to look at two charts really quickly. And I hope that I said something of value.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's great. And I just, again, I'm just kind of pulling at things, but like you all are so careful. It sounds like and aware of all these things. Like, what is in the basement that is not clean besides just the neatening and cleaning? And you're right, is there mold? Is there anything that could be an issue?
So once again, mice, you know, down there. It's gross.
Mice.
It's like the previous owners finished off the basement, but they didn't do a very good job. So all these gaps, you know.
What is
like
the illness that comes from the poop, the virus?
Salmonella. Like,
Salmonella?
you know, yeah, it's not good. It's like it, you know, the previous owners told us there were no mice. So we're like, okay. You know, he set up a workspace down there. So we're like trying to use the space, but like trying not to at the same time, and trying to figure out if we can get out to a cleaner place. But the abundance blocks keep, like, you know, holding us back from getting into a financial place where we can easily do that.
So I would, yeah, Susie's got something. Go ahead, Susie, just jump in.
Oh, change
So-
language. Change your language from abundance blocks to abundance yet to come.
Yeah,
Okay,
I like that.
I'm writing that down.
Right, abundance flow, something like that.
I like flow. Yeah.
Abundance flow. Okay.
Mhm.
No, I've been looking for language. I've been having trouble with language. So
Yeah.
even saying I'm having trouble is bad language.
I have to correct his intentions, honestly.
Right.
Is
So
there
this is where, so you can talk about it in terms of the thing that you're doing now. I'm finding solutions.
Mhm.
abundance flow?
Yeah.
Is there a place, a website or something like that, which goes and translates bad language to abundance, more
That's
positive?
a great idea. I don't know if it exists yet.
Hey, somebody do that if you're watching here on the YouTube, and post it in the comments below.
I know that there are practitioners who are out there, like Laureli does it. I have a podcast devoted to language. My friend Sandy McNaughton has her dirty words, and I tell her, you know where my brain's going to go. And she says, okay, fine. It's hoping, trying, struggling, and all these words. So if you can take any phrase and switch it to something that is, take a phrase and switch it to be what you have in the moment. So I have abundance. I have the money I need to do these things, and then bless everything, Reiki it, or just send energy to it and just say, like when you're paying these bills, I'm blessing the money because I know it's helping other people. So living in a state of grace is a good thing, but living in that state of flow. I love that word, Lorelei. Living in a place of flow is going to open up all kinds of things.
So
this have, but if you can't embody have, say, I'm bringing in, I'm allowing in. It's the positive language that's energetically the thing that you're wanting to have happen, that you're choosing to have happen, that you're
just
happening.
Something that might help everybody out there. When it comes to receiving bills in the mail, what are you supposed to say when you receive the bills? Because it's not like, oh goodness, here's another bill. What is the language that one should say for that? I see Susie's chomping at the bit for that.
I'm using my outside face. Okay. But maybe not so much what you can say, but how you say it. Oh, great. I get to pay for the water again because we have water. I get to is been a phrase that's coming from, I get to do this. Because if you sit there and go, oh, I gotta have to do this. It's like, no, I get to do this. And then again, with the blessing, because when I pay for the water, that means there are people. What was it? Oh, Ari Hunniford had a concept. I don't know what she called it, but you look and see what goes into whatever you have. She loves Sharpies. So she looks and says, oh, look, how many people went into developing the color, developing the concept, developing the structure of it, and how to make it work. And so you see this expansive gratitude that goes out. Same thing with paying for the water or the groceries or, whatever you're doing. This is what I am doing to help, and this is your impact. Those concentric circles, like the pebble in the pond thing, you get to see how it spreads out, and you want that to be gratitude.
Yes, and yeah, and this is perfect because I mean, there's this picture of an iPad that I have that's a whiteboard, and I kept getting pinged that like Leah was supposed to write something for me, and she's like, I don't know what to write. I'm like, I don't know. There's something that for some reason you're supposed, and so this makes a lot of sense. So this is, I'm gonna add these phrases and put in the man cave then, because I think that's a big problem that's been happening. And thank you, by the way, the back, it's been hurting me like literally all day long. So I mean, it still hurts, but it's like, it's not doing what it was doing a few moments ago, but it keeps coming back up. It just happens over and over again. Go ahead, Susie.
You used it keeps coming back up, so you're inviting it back in.
God, got it. You
Busted.
Just did.
I always speak about those things in past tense if you're going to say something about that. It used to come back in.
So what's the past tense version of that? It would be.
What was that? It used to come back.
It used to. Got it.
Right, I'm scrolling my back now, or whatever it is. Yeah.
Can I ask, like, astrologically, is this, all of working with these health issues has kind of come up within the last few years. Is this sort of like a stage we're in, or is this like an ongoing like life pattern that we seem to have in our charts? I don't know how that works.
Laureli, sir.
There's something I've been wanting to say, and actually it fits in with that too. And then Cara, I wanted to say, so your daughter is very demanding.
Yeah.
I have a hard time saying no. She's really strong. So I don't know if Avram does this. It would really be great, Avram, if you would take care of her for like a couple hours. And Leah, you have to go do anything but work. You can't work on anything. Like, not do chores for the house, not go shopping, just go anywhere in nature, be quiet, be by yourself, find like a float tank to go in, like something like that.
Yeah, I do struggle with that.
It's true.
Well, and how would you change that language?
Wow. I don't know.
Past tense.
I'm opening to caring for myself.
I like that.
I'm creating ways to focus on.
Mm-hmm. Are you writing it down?
Yeah. I'm opening to caring for
creating
myself.
ways.
I'm creating ways.
Creating ways to focus on me.
Creating ways to focus on. This is.
It's ironic. I don't usually even get the time to think about what words I'm saying because I'm so busy doing all these.
You're gonna have
things.
to post this all over the chart room.
It's okay.
I'm realizing that I'm good enough.
Yeah.
I'm willing to know that I'm good enough. I'm willing to be good enough.
Mm.
Good enough.
Mm.
I say I'm willing to be enough. I am enough.
I am enough.
Yeah, I was telling.
Yeah.
I was trying to work on that.
Yeah.
No, there's no, so the word try.
Stop.
And it's not working on it, right? It's okay. I'm discovering that I am enough.
Yeah.
Like there's more, and like there are ways to get this integrated. Okay, Cara.
Oh yeah, that's big question. And I don't fully have the answer. In part, it would be nice, which we don't have the time and space to do here, is to pinpoint exactly when some of the different symptoms came online to be able to see some of the themes and what was happening, what was getting activated. And that might tell some more of the story of even some of the origins. So it's a little hard to say with the information that I have, but you Leah, are in a significant time of life. You're going through, a lot of people familiar with astrology have heard of the Saturn return, right?
Yeah,
it started right when lockdown started, like literally like that week last year, and I was like, oh, here we go.
Yeah, exactly. So you're in a really significant time of life. So for people who don't know, Saturn return, late 20s, also mid to late 50s, where the structures you built in your life start to crumble to some degree, or you start putting new structures in place for whatever you want to build your life on. So it's like whatever you learned from your parents and the belief systems and what they, what your tribe wanted for you. Now you're self-actualizing and making choices that are, more rooted in who you've learned that you are in the last 20 something years. So, so you're in a really critical time. It's a time that for you activates career in particular. What do I want? How do I want my public life to be? So it's, it's one way to think about it. Your husband already went through that some years ago because he's a little bit older. So there are key cycles, key life cycles that hit all of us. So everyone late 20s has this thing, but we also have our own personal cycles too. And so I think one thing that will be helpful is especially in January, Leah's husband, you're going to have some helpful energy for vitality. So there's still going to be some longer standing stuff to work with and work through, but you're going to have a nice boost where you might feel a little bit more optimistic, feel a little more energetic, feel a little more open, spacious. So I think that's something to really look forward to, and don't feel like you have to wait. If you feel it sooner, But I think in December and into January, in the coming months, you're going to have a different feeling for sure.
That's good.
Yeah.
And I mentioned in the chat too that finding some other families that feel COVID safe to you, where you have enough where she needs to play with other kids that have strong enough energy so she can get tired. She's getting so much stimulation from other people, and it's all on you right now.
Yeah.
What's amazing is even though it happens to be 3, it plays really well with 5 and 6-year-olds. But with other 3-year-olds, I mean, it's been very.
She's quick and she's smart and she's physically agile. And I have one other question, Leah. Is it Leah or Leah?
Leah.
Leah.
Okay.
Did you have a parent that was too self-focused?
Yeah, like you know, well that's tying in, I think, to my whole situation right now. I mean, again, Saturn return, but like when up through like when I was 18, you know, I was like head set on like being an artist, right? Like that was my thing. And my parents pretty much like stamped it out of me. Like they literally like had people write letters to me that was like, you know, don't study writing because it's not going to earn you any money. And my mom would be like, you're not going to earn any money as an artist, don't even bother. And I got into this amazing art school, but that was when the economy crashed, you know, so I ended up like wandering and, you know, dropped out of like the state college I was in and everything. So I've just been like wandering, you know, trying to figure myself out all these years, you know, because my parents at that time were being really toxic to me. You know, they wanted something, they didn't know what they wanted, but it couldn't be what I wanted.
So I think it's declaring to the universe, I'm an artist, I'm an energy healer, like whatever.
Yeah.
And so you own it for you. And then would you say that your parents were so self-focused that they didn't own their part, they wouldn't own their responsibility for something? Some of the not. So
yeah, I so they still are that, you know. I'll bring up like, you know, I think some of my health stuff, for example, originated in things that they, you know, authorized when I was a kid, you know, and I'll mention it, they're just like, no, they'll brush it off, like, you know.
Yeah, Laureli wants.
Yeah.
This is an idea. I don't want to burden you with this, and I don't want, Susie, I'm a little concerned about energetically about me saying this, so you just support me with this. But so I see narcissism as a continuum, like it's a big, broad continuum. So your parents are somewhere on this continuum, and I didn't realize until just about a month or so ago, part of it is genetic, right? So you're empath. And then, right, so the two of you are great, but I think that your daughter's inherited a little bit of a tendency for that and the self-focus. And so you might want to educate yourself as to how specifically it would really be good to raise her so that it's less likely that she develops this.
Yeah, that's good to know.
We do see it in the families. So that is really
part of it's genetic.
I kept saying that. I kept feeling that.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
very intensely. My family like fluctuates, they still have it, but his family has been using it to squash both of us, you know, our entire marriage. So
yeah, so you're both being angry and really like the healthy anger of declared boundaries, and for you it's like really setting boundaries for yourself. And that's why some of the practices with her, it's much bigger energetically than it is just her, but that's why. So yeah.
And that's where you're going to get into that ancestral healing. When you heal yourself from your family's past, you can, I feel that you can actually shift the DNA. You know, I had a medical experience where I knew I had to change the end of the story. And so it's going to change the outcome for my kids because I have shifted that. But it is truly, there is still healing to be done on y'all's part, and it's going to positively impact your daughter. But yeah, it's very doable. Yeah, it is. Okay, so.
Say one last thing, Laureli.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Leah, your family is just dead wrong about what you could possibly do with your career. I mean, you have a fantastic Mercury, which is our communication planet. How, you know, it's one of the things we look to in terms of writing, right? I think you mentioned writing in particular. So your Mercury is in Virgo, which is like super strong position for writing, especially like technical writing too. Like if you probably have gifts, I mean, you could probably do grant writing and other kinds of stuff too, not just story writing. But and it's in a really nice correlation with your career zone. So it's like lots of positive flow of energy between your intellect, your writing abilities. It definitely brings in some creative writing based on the placement of it, and then very supportive of your career. So I mean, yeah, if your parents knew anything about astrology and they saw your chart, you know, they could never have said whatever they said, because it's so clear that that's a true gift of yours. And the let me double check, make sure I'm saying this right.
And just say this, I want to say, you don't need to go to school for this. This is already part of who you are.
Yes, this is your gift, not your giftedness. Yeah. Yeah, your sharp mind and your ability to communicate, some of your great giftedness. And you're also super creative. Your chart is ruled by the creative goddess Venus. So you have quite a lot of that to pull into. So
yeah, there's some part of me that feels, you know, sometimes I feel called to the energy work and stuff too. But then like I can't figure out if or how much energy I should put towards that, or if I do that just because I'm, you know, working with him, you know, response, like it's so confusing to me. I feel like it spins me in circles.
Put your energy into your art.
Mm-hmm.
You're channeling it into your art. I do it when I knit, you know, and I you just chant or you do whatever and you'll get into the zone, and that's a form of channeling.
Yeah.
You don't want to do it where he's your client. You're doing it for you and the energy that's coming through you.
Yeah.
And with your Mars and Libra, you're going to naturally want to do things for your partner, think of your partner. It's a gift, but it can also, you know, be a little curse. We're all, all of our planets, all of our positions, personality types, we can go to one end or the other, right? So just make sure you're honoring yourself too. And that, but yeah, to me, a cursory look at your chart would say invest in your craft. That's not to say you can't do energy work, but it comes through much more loudly, your creative and your communications abilities.
Yeah, that helps a lot to know that, because it confuses me. You know, again, that might be a past life that's like just always kind of yelling at me. Like it just confuses things.
I'll say that it used to confuse me. I'm gaining clarity.
You're gaining clarity. That's the one. And yeah, there is past life stuff there connected with your parents and all that. But you know, in cutting these cords and the past lives are not going to have that relevance. You're learning the wisdom now in your current life. So forget about the past lives. This is about you now, and that's the important part.
That helps.
Sorry, I said I had one last thing to say. Now I got another thing.
Go ahead.
I'm just not bothering to mute anymore.
I'm not sure what resources are in your area, but it's possible that some financial counseling or classes could be helpful too. I definitely can see some tension in one of your charts around Venus, which could be some maybe potentially poor habits learned from parents around money. So I think especially for Avram, that could be helpful to kind of untangle some of what was learned from the family around. So don't feel like you have to go it alone and figure it out. Like there are services and obviously because people who are reading them, sometimes they need some financial help. They're usually affordable, or there's programs to make it, you know. I know we have to figure, I just don't know what there is there.
Yeah, funny you said that. We already got rid of the tax accountant that my dad set us up with. We got rid of my dad as a financial advisor. We got rid of, we're slowly, and I just started filling out a form to go in to get rid of the lender. So that way we can go and try to redo the mortgage. So very apropos that you actually mentioned that, Cara.
Yeah.
And the library is an excellent resource for finding things, and they are free. So financial counseling, you can do that, and they will frequently, at least the one in Snohomish, where in the county I'm in on the West Coast, they have a lot of free resources online.
I'm glad you're doing that work to disentangle yourself from that energy. So good job.
That's why we're sitting here and we're like we're doing everything we possibly can. So I think like the thing that I'm like channeling in my brain right now is just the word language, but for some reason it comes in 3 times. I don't know why 3 times.
Like they said, 3 is a magic number. You say it and it's going to entrench itself into your DNA, into your psyche, into how you're doing it. So you say it 3 times, it's a joke I make. I said it 3 times. It must be true. Just keep saying it and keep reiterating these things to you. You're gaining clarity. You're shifting the vibration. You're cutting these cords. You're doing it.
I feel good. You? We're good.
Thank you so much for waiting till the end. And a benefit of that is while there are fewer of us, you get much more time and richness with us.
I kind of channeled that for some reason. I don't know how that happened, but it's there was one moment where I was just told, okay, now, do it now. So it all worked out. So thank you again.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Oh, wow. All right. Well, let's see. So Cara and Susy, feel free to take a moment or two and share all about you and how people can reach out to connect with you. I just put your info in the chat. Who wants to go first?
Okay, I'll go. Thanks everybody for being here. I'm Cara James. I'm an astrologer in Portland, Oregon. And as you've seen, astrology can have a lot to say about your medical situation, some of your predispositions, some of what's going on currently. But it can also bring in, what you're learning as a soul in this lifetime. It can bring in your family story, your relationship to money, whether you should move or what's going on in your home. There's so many different layers. And I'm a Gemini rising person, so I'm ruled by the planet Mercury, which is all about learning and communicating and exploring. And so I just can't stop. And so I'm not just an astrologer, but I'm a trained intuitive. I'm a certified Feng Shui consultant. I'm a certified soul coach. Oh gosh, energy worker, whatever. I just say come and whatever needs to emerge to help be able to see the situation more clearly or to work with the energy, it will present itself. So I do past life readings, I do astrology chart readings. It's just whatever comes through that's needed in that moment. I do a lot of deep transformational work too. So we dive right in. I'm a Cancer. We're like, we get in there. Fun fact, I have a new little puppy dog. His name is Hank. He's an Australian Shepherd, a mini, and he has my same sun sign and moon sign. So he's going to be my little astro buddy. He's been very sweet and quiet tonight, which is incredibly surprising because that is not his MO. And I think the sweet energy, and Susy and everybody, and those that work with pets, I think they work some magic in this house because I don't know how I'm able to do this tonight since I didn't have a puppy sitter. So anyway, very happy to be here. Cara James, I've got a website, carajames.com. I send out periodic newsletters. I've done some podcasts. I kind of put it on the back burner, but who knows? We'll see what happens in the future. But would love to connect. So carajames.com, and my email is cara@carajames.com.
And Cara James is spelled Carajames. And if you're willing to share, someone asked about your day and month of birth so they can understand you better.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you some of my features. I'm a Cancer sun sign, and I'm ruled by an Aquarius. Well, I shouldn't say ruled. My sun is ruled by an Aquarius moon. So that's a disseminating moon phase. It's all about teaching, sharing wisdom, putting information out there to some degree. And Aquarius is a very important sign in astrology. It's often the sign that's considered to relate to astrology or to rule astrology. So that being kind of one of the primary forces in my chart, it helps me be able to synthesize. It's kind of similar to the scholar aspect that Laureli will talk about in her intuitive eye reading. So astrologers have to be able to synthesize a lot of information. If you haven't worked with astrology, if you saw some of the charts that I'm looking at and the connections that I'm trying to very, very quickly make, it's not an easy thing to do if you don't have the scholar archetype. So Aquarius brings in some of that scholar, and then the Cancer sun is very much the people person, the nurturing, more of the priestess kind of energy of trying to inspire people to be their best. And so those are a couple of my things. And Gemini rising, usually we talk about our big three, sun, moon, and rising. Gemini rising, all about exploring and learning and all that. So hope that helps. And I don't put out my full birth information just because you can learn a lot about somebody and you don't necessarily want all of it out there. And for that very reason, I don't read charts of people's partners without their permission, because there's just so much sacred information in our charts. So.
And your sessions are 160 for an hour, 220 for an hour and a half, 260 for 2 hours.
2 hour, yeah. And for medical astrology, usually a 2 hour appointment is important, just because there's so much to go over. But for regular sessions, 90 minutes is usually the sweet spot.
Great, great. And appreciation for you sharing all that. Great. And Susy.
I'm Susy Parker Goins. I'm an Aries and I don't know much more, but apparently that's typical. So that's what I got for you there. I am also a channel, which as I listen to these practitioners, and Cara was going, yeah, a lot of what happens is whatever's called through, and that is a part of channeling, is that whatever comes through is coming from source. And so I tap into source and I can see the past lives, I can see energy, I can do body scans, I'll do the things, say the words that somebody needs. And this has been an event in which that has really come to the fore. So I help you dive deeply, and if I don't know what I'm doing, then I can find somebody who can help you with that. I love having resources available to help direct anybody to a path where they can clear out the stuff that's keeping them from their heartfelt life. I have a website, bluelightninghealing.com, and you can reach me through there or directly pretty much through my website, which is Susy, S-U-S-Y, at bluelightninghealing.com. I also have a podcast. I mentioned it a couple of times tonight, but it's called Blue Healing Meditations. I have links for it on my website. I have a podcast page, but I'm also on Spotify. I think I'm on Amazon. I'm on a lot of places I didn't even know I was, but you can also find the links on my website. And there I've got like over 150 episodes where I've covered topics that have intrigued me, and then I'll put in a relevant meditation for that. And I've shifted and I've done some channeling there, meditation related to that. And then I've done a lot of interviews with practitioners I hold in high regard. The one I've put up to come up, I think October 14th is one with Laureli, and that's going to be 2 episodes on the Spotify platform. But I talk to people I know and love and whose work I admire and want to share with other people. And then we'll do a meditation. I also want to plug an October 30th event that I'm going to be at. It's online. We've called it, I think it's Jessica Martin is hosting it, and it's called Jumpstart Your Spirituality. And I'll be doing 2 talks, one about meditation and one about opening up to channel. And no, I don't have details for that right now, but go to the website and you'll find out there. This has been such a blessing, such a fabulous event, and I'm so grateful to have been a part of it. Thanks, Laureli, and thanks, Cara, for hanging out too.
Oh yeah, thank you so much, both of you, for hanging out. We went a really long time. So yeah, I deeply, deeply appreciate this. And yeah, my puppy has like not gotten off the bed either. He usually comes to bug me at some point in here. He's just been sleeping. Oh no. I'm Laureli Shimayo. I'm an intuitive eye reader, a body psychology coach, matchmaker, career guide, hiring consultant. I read your eyes, read someone's eyes, and some eyes that I see to help that person better understand themselves or to have other people better understand them, so that everyone can make great choices that really supports everyone best expressing their purpose, feeling fulfilled, being of service, whatever the context. My aim is to help people understand and be in flow. And thank you so much, everyone, for being here tonight. We still have a number of people in the room with us holding space. I deeply appreciate people asking questions. We actually answered tonight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 questions. It is a big night, and we have 2 or 3 people that are going to join us on Sunday when we have the next medical intuition panel at 4 p.m. Sunday Pacific time on October 10. All right. Well, maybe some of you will join us again. And yeah, just thank you everyone for being here. You can see all of our events at mewefairs.com, MEWEFAIRS.com. And if you want to go to see the online events, and I need to get the one for Sunday up there now, you can go to jointhefair.com or joinmeweonline.com. That'll take you right to the online page. Thank you so much, Susy and Cara, for staying so late and being such lovely colleagues to play with and dance and see how we can support people. Oh, alrighty. The recording is ending.